hello. Greetings, people. Okay. Alright, folks. Hi. Hi, hi, hi. Yes, I know I'm streaming. It's a miracle. I know. 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 Why does my desk feel like there's sand on it? I'm guessing the reason is cat. Just brief guess. Anyway. Hi. Yeah, it's been a minute. Yeah. It's been a minute. I'm gonna load into this at least. There we go. Open the map so that people don't yell at me. Yeah, hi, welcome back to Lamplight City. We're on case number 3. Apparently there are quite a few cases to get through, so kind of need to try and do a bit more, because otherwise we're going to be playing this for the next, like, so many weeks, which is a little insane. Apologies for the lack of streams, like, basically for the past week.
Tiger, 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 tiger.
Glad to see you back.
That was like the perfect, that makes me, Geek, you don't even know how, like, that just made my day. Because I was feeling really bad about not streaming, and that just made my day. Thank you so much for 3 months. So lovely. Thank you for your Prime. I appreciate it. It's been a big week. It feels, oh my god, it feels like I haven't streamed in like a month. That's how long this last week was. It's very weird. It's a very weird sensation. I feel like time is all over the place. Very basically put, my social battery needed a recharge yesterday after the week. And it's not, okay, it's not in a bad way. Hey, 64-bit, how you doing? It's not in a bad way. I had some great conversations. I met up with great people. It was just like every single day. And I am an introvert. I was discussing this the other night with someone. I'm like an introvert with extrovert tendencies. So having a week of like work and then a social outing was a lot. Yeah, so yesterday was just, I was like, I need like 24 hours of just nobody and nothing. And it actually worked out. I was supposed to meet up with with a friend yesterday, but they ended up getting busy with other things and like couldn't. And I was just like, nah, shucks, really? That's too bad. So yeah. But yeah, and I was like, oh, so now I can stream, and I was just like, but then I need to be talking? Like, even if everybody in chat is lurking, and I love my lurkers, and I love that people come to just watch the game and just chill, and I love that. But I still need to be talking. I don't know if that makes sense. But yeah, so anyway, that's where I've been. I'm really sorry. I've missed you guys, I've missed streaming, but I just needed like a second. But we're back, we're here, and I'm excited. I'm actually hoping to get in a few extra days throughout the week streaming. You are helping Sovereign. Actually, I used Sovereign as an excuse yesterday as well. So like so I got distracted in the morning. The Pop Sugar Reading Challenge was released for next year, and I got distracted sorting out books for that. And then I saw that Sovereign was streaming, and I was like, well, I don't want to start streaming when Sovereign's streaming. So then I basically used the fact that he was streaming. I was like, well, that's fine, I'll wait. And then I just like started doing, oh yeah, and then when I was like trying to find books, I realized my wardrobe was broken, and I was like, oh no, I should look at that. No, shut up. No, you should. Yeah, you guys, Sovereign finished 2 games yesterday. When's the last time you saw me finish a game? Sovereign finished 2 games yesterday. I'm just saying. Actual gamer in the house here. But yeah, I ended up like fixing my wardrobe, and then I was like, oh, now I need a nap, and then it was like, oh, I might be meeting up with someone, so maybe I should take a shower. So I like got up and took a shower, and then the day just kind of collapsed in on itself. Anyway, we're back. Hello. Lamplight City. I'm loving this. I'm loving the cases. I'm loving the story. I'm very curious of where it's all going to go. We are on case number 3. Case number 3 is the Desiree Latham was found burned to ashes in her bed. We have some things to investigate. The Gascon Supper Club. We need to find a suitable container to transport Miss Lathan's ashes. Fun. We need to speak with attorney Jonas Usher. And visit the offices of Brentwell Magazine. We have a couple of things. So Jonas Usher was... Oh, right. That's the... Yeah. She wanted to change the beneficiary upon her death. And then there's a Peter who has been proclaiming... Peter Andrews has been proclaiming his love. And then the half-written article. Okay. So this is where we were at. This is our clues and things. Okay. So that's the ashes. Usher and Price Police Station, the Gascon Supper Club, and Brentwell Magazine. I think we go to the attorney first and figure out who she changed her will to benefit. Usually makes for a good motive. I'm sure in this game it'll be a red herring, but we check it out anyway.
Good afternoon, sir.
Hello.
Welcome to the law offices of Usher and Price.
Thank you very
May
much.
I help you?
Absolutely.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Miles Fordham. I'm a private investigator, and I'm looking for Jonas Usher.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir, but Mr. Usher is not seeing anyone today. If it's a matter of urgent legal importance, you could see Mr. Price.
Well, that's us. Why can I not see him today?
The plaque says it's a portrait of Thomas Usher. Looks like a real go-getter.
I've missed our friend. Wait. Oh no, I've forgotten our friend's name. Oh no. Oh god, I've forgotten his name. I've forgotten our dead partner's name. I feel bad now. That's not good. Secretary. There's a pipe.
That pipe really clashes with the rest of the decor in here. Seems like they've got some kind of modern message delivery service in here. Of all the things to spend your money on.
I mean, it's helpful, right? Usher's door. Can I knock?
It would be unwise to barge into Mr. Usher's office having been told he isn't seeing anyone today. We need to find a way to make him change his mind.
Right, okay.
Begging your pardon, sir.
Yes?
If I may ask, what is the reason for Mr. Usher's refusal to see anyone today?
He has a rather important trial starting tomorrow, and doesn't want to run the risk of falling ill.
Falling ill?
Mr. Usher is very particular about his health.
Oh.
Very particular.
He's a
I
germaphobe.
see.
Ah, sorry, that's not a nice... What's the proper phrase? It's not germaphobe. That sounds, like, mean. I can't remember. But yeah, it's like somebody who's afraid of germs.
Sir, it is of the utmost importance that I speak with Mr. Usher.
And as I said, he isn't taking visitors today.
But it's in regards to his client, Desiree Lathan. Or should I say, former client.
Miss Lathan found another attorney?
No, I'm sorry to be the one to have to inform you, but she's dead.
Dead? I had no idea.
No? It was in today's newspaper.
I haven't read it yet. Mr. Usher forbids it in the office.
But
Interesting.
surely he's read it. Just because he forbids you reading the paper in the office.
No, I mean he forbids the presence of newspapers in the office. He
Oh my
fears
God.
they bring in outside germs.
He's really.
I see.
In any case, if what you say is true, I'll need some sort of proof.
I suppose just bringing in a copy of the newspaper is out of the question then. We'll have to find another way.
So I need to. Okay.
Perhaps Mr. Usher will see me when he sees this.
Oh, what's that?
A letter from Mr. Usher to his client, Desiree Lathan.
What? That's private correspondence. How did you get that?
I told
It
you
was
she's
evidence
dead.
I found at a crime scene.
And
Bro,
how is it
listen.
relevant?
The crime scene in question was Miss Lathan's own bedroom, where she was found burned to death.
That's quite a claim, Mr. Fordham. I can assure you that Mr. Usher deals primarily with facts. Right now, the only fact this letter proves to me is that you somehow rummaged through Miss Lathan's possessions and acquired it.
He does have a point. We'll need
What?
something a bit more
Oh my God.
persuasive.
I actually don't
Okay.
have anything to show.
What? They want me to bring in
Right.
ashes?
Please stop wasting my time then. I'm very busy.
I could bring
appreciate your
in
time.
ashes.
Enjoy the rest of
but,
your day,
I mean,
sir.
it's just ashes. How would you know? Like, that doesn't help. Okay. Anyway, we'll come back. Come back to this. Let's go to the magazine. I want to know what she was writing.
Ah, hello there. Are you here to drop off an article?
No, actually, I'm a private investigator. The name's Miles Fordham.
How exciting. You must have so many interesting stories.
You could say that, yes.
Please, come in, come in. I'm Alan Brentwell, owner and publisher of Brentwell Magazine.
Pleasure to make your acquaintance.
What do we have here?
Confessions of a Steam Addict by Ezra Bartley. I think I'm better off not knowing. For Whom the Bell Almost Tolled by Suki Snobs. Fascinating stuff.
By Suki Snobs. Okay.
For the publisher of a sensationalist rag, Brentwell is awfully well read. Assuming he actually has read all those books, of course.
I was about to say my my shelves are full of books that I haven't read yet. Although I have my reading list for 2024. If anyone's in the Discord in the Am Reading section, I actually put in a link to the Pop Sugar Reading Challenge and the prompts and the books that I'm reading, and the books that I choose are always from what I already own. So of the 300 unread books that I have, if they fit a prompt, I pop them in there. If they don't, and I don't have a book to fit the prompt, then I don't do the prompt. And I've already got I've got 17, 18 books or something on my shelf to read. I also picked some books that I meant to read this year and hadn't gotten around to. So, yeah, the challenge for the year. But yes, I'm bad for having books and not necessarily
Empty.
having read them
Too
yet.
bad.
Let's talk to Alan.
I have some questions for you, Mr. Brentwell.
Wonderful. It's so seldom I get to answer questions.
What can you tell me about Desiree Lathan?
Desiree Lathan. Oh, why, she came to me a few weeks ago in response to an ad I
Very
took out
excited.
requesting articles. She told me she had an idea readers would love. We agreed on 3 crowns per paragraph, and she was on her way. Come to think of it, I haven't heard from her in a few days.
Tell me about Brentwell Magazine.
We're a monthly publication
Hey,
focusing
Ned.
on both fiction and non-fiction pieces. My dream was to have a magazine that was well-respected and educational. But sadly, it seems today's audiences are much more interested in reading about sightings of giant bat creatures or mysterious buried treasures.
Oh,
Such a
jeez.
pity.
I
hear
mean,
you
that's
have a bit
nowadays,
of a
too.
reputation for making your reporters do questionable things for their articles.
You are mistaken, Mr. Fordham. I don't
Questionable.
force my writers to do anything. They seem to have this notion that the more extreme their research, the more authentic the articles will be.
What sort of extremes are we talking about here?
We had one writer who attempted to heighten the sensation of fear she wanted to express in her story. Damn near decapitated herself by sticking her head through an opening at the clock tower at St. Denis Cathedral. Ugh.
God.
Thankfully, she made it out alive. It would have been quite the predicament if she hadn't. especially considering that was our most popular article last year. Oh, people have such odd taste.
I mean, true.
Were you aware that Miss Lathan is dead?
What? No, I had no idea. What
Sorry
happened?
to tell you.
I'm not exactly sure. She seems to have burned to death under mysterious circumstances.
Mysterious circumstances?
Most of her body was burnt to ash, but there's very little fire damage around her. It's as though she herself just caught fire.
Oh, that sounds positively ghastly. Oh dear.
Is something wrong?
I just remembered. The article she was writing. Dear God. I hope she didn't go too far with her research.
Her being decapitated would have been inconvenient for all of us. Yeah, also inconvenient for the person who had to clean the clock tower afterwards, you know.
What exactly was Desiree's article about?
I'm not entirely sure. She merely came to me with the proposal.
She didn't tell you what that idea was?
She did, but I wasn't sure what to make of it.
Okay.
Please, Mr. Brentwell, stop stalling and tell me what she was writing about.
It was about spontaneous human combustion.
What do you know about spontaneous human combustion?
That's the thing. I don't know very much at all.
That's concerning.
It sounded interesting enough. That's why I accepted Miss Lathan's proposal to write the article about it.
But what do you know about it?
Only that it's a mysterious phenomenon in which a person catches fire spontaneously and burns to death. It sounds exactly as you described Miss Lathan's condition.
Do you know what Miss Lathan's research on the subject involved?
Only the one contact I gave her, a Miss Angela Maxwell at the
I knew that.
Spectre Society in Gascon.
Because we've seen the book that talks about human combustion, and indeed, what the book describes is it's usually like there's the feet left, kind of deal. Like you don't actually burn up entire body. There's usually like the feet left, and in this case, that's exactly what there was. It was like, you know, there were like I think the feet and maybe a hand, and the hands are left or something. And we actually read that from our last case when we were at the Spectre Society. We actually saw that book there.
The Spectre Society, huh? I shouldn't be surprised to hear that name again.
Are you a member?
Actually, I am.
Then I suggest you do some research there.
Limited.
There's bound to be something relevant
Limited
in that
combustion.
glorious library of theirs.
Thank you. Perhaps I will.
Just a little bit though, like not total fire, not like burning off your skin worthy, just like a little bit of combustion.
What made you decide to start this business?
I always wanted to be a journalist. I never had much luck with any of the local papers, though. So I decided to start my own. I admit it's not exactly what I wanted, but I like to think Brentwell magazine has found its own unique voice.
Voice? More like a gurgling scream.
Thanks for your time, Mr. Brentwell.
The pleasure is all mine.
Very limited and very specific way, yeah.
I can only begin to imagine how many lurid and salacious articles are kept in those cabinets. Brentwell has a front row seat to all the horrible things he might want to write about in his magazine. Useful for getting to those hard-to-reach places. In my case, that's everywhere.
Is there something in particular? No? Okay. We'll head out. Yeah, it's not quite summer here. We've actually, the weather here has been very spring still. Technically, we are now in summer. It's the 3rd of December. It's now been summer for 3 days. Actually, at the moment, it's not bad looking. It's been raining the last, like, week or something. Alright, back to the Spectre Society.
Welcome
Hello.
back, Mr. Fordham.
We'll look at the bookcase first. I said I know there was a bit about mysteries of spontaneous combustion.
This all sounds strangely familiar, but spontaneous human combustion can't be real, can it? Then again, sometimes the simplest explanation is the correct one.
Death from a fire originating. So it says victims are chronic alcoholics, usually elderly females. So that part's true. Hands and feet usually fall off, which is what we saw. Fires cause very little damage to things around the body. A residue of greasy and fetid ashes is left behind. Okay.
Could I ask you about some things, Miss Maxwell?
Certainly, darling.
I hate she calls me darling. It annoys me.
Are you familiar with a woman named Desiree Lathan?
Yes, she came to see me just last week. She told me she was doing research for an article she was writing for Brentwell magazine.
What sort of research?
She asked me a few questions and looked at my books. That was all. She wasn't here for very long.
And what was she researching?
Something about spontaneous human combustion, I believe.
What can you tell me about spontaneous human combustion?
I'm not overly familiar with the subject, but I do have a book about it on the shelf back there.
Yeah, I took a look
You
at
are
that.
welcome to look at it if it will help.
Yeah, it didn't really
I
help.
may, but I'd like to know what your understanding of it is.
Well, I believe it is when the human body inexplicably catches fire and burns. It usually occurs among elderly women who drink to excess, and very little fire damage is caused around the body.
That's essentially
That's
what the
really
book.
all I know, darling. It's not a very agreeable subject for
That's what the
study
book
now,
says.
is it?
Did you know that Desiree Lathan is dead?
What? My God, no. I didn't. What
Nobody's read the
happened to her?
newspaper today.
She was found burned to death in her bed.
How awful.
Do you have any idea how this may have happened?
There are a number of possibilities, but if she was in the middle of researching spontaneous human combustion, and then to have this happen, it can't be a coincidence.
Are you suggesting she herself was a victim of spontaneous combustion?
One need only compare the circumstances of her death with the facts, darling.
I mean, somebody definitely
can't be
wants it
serious,
to look
can
like
she?
that. But I don't know.
Thank you for the information. It was very enlightening.
It was my pleasure, darling.
Stop calling me darling.
There's quite a few members in this group.
Oh, we don't need to look at it anymore. That was the last case. We've looked at it now.
I'll be going now.
May the spirits guide you to that which you seek.
Looks like big combustion got to her before she could uncover their corruption. That's what it is. Hold on. I just want to go back. Can I go?
I'm afraid I need to have another look inside Miss Lathan's room, Officer Kane.
All right, but please be quick about it.
Technically, I need to come back again once I have a thing. Yeah, see? The hands and feet? Or one hand, anyway.
I don't think Desiree will be able to give us a hand with this investigation.
Bill?
What? I thought it was funny.
That's right, Bill. Bill's his name. Very little damage around. There's ash around underneath. Can't remember if I went through this. I'm sure I
Nothing
did.
else of interest in there.
Yeah, okay. Da-na-na-na-na.
Doesn't look as though this fireplace has been used in a long time. I suppose we can rule it out as the source.
The burn marks on the ceiling are weird. Yeah, so it's the fire traveled like up, I guess, though. And then the fire traveled like down this way as well. For me, it's kind of weird that it's that the ash has gone under the bed, but I suppose the mattress would burn, so I guess it's not that weird. Okay. We'll go to... I still need a container of something. Actually, I wonder if I can get a container from my house. Hold on.
I've managed to survive the wild streets of New Britannia.
Good to see you've made it back in one piece.
Hello, lovely wife. Well, I think isn't human combustion, like, not that they're already dead necessarily, but it's... Yeah, true. I don't know, actually. That is weird, though. You're right. You're right. That do be weird. I don't think I can... I don't have anything here to pick up.
Pretty, but I'm glad I don't have a sense of smell anymore.
This is Bill's hat. Okay, I don't have anything here.
Addie?
What is it, Miles?
Addie, please know that I'm deeply sorry for my behavior last night. I'll do everything I can to make it up to you. Would you like me to get some new begonias?
Every
I
human
don't need pretty
and
flowers
every
or pretty words,
combustion.
Miles.
How
I
you
just
doing,
want
Rotmeyer?
things to go back to how they were. That's really all the apology I require.
I got drunk last night. Not me. Miles.
You're looking especially lovely today, Addie.
Miles, don't flirt with me. Not now.
I wouldn't push my luck with her, Miles. She hasn't completely forgiven you.
You're playing Paleo while watching? Oh yeah, I know that game. I am doing okay. I was saying earlier I had a big week. Social battery needed a bit of a recharge. But I'm there again. We got this. Oh, so okay, so Geek the if you're interested in checking it out, it's also on my YouTube, but the first couple of the first 2 sessions of playing this, in the first part of this game, you start off with a partner, Bill. Bill and yourself go to, you get onto a case, and Bill chases a subject up onto a roof. We had to go up, we followed him up, and there were some choices to be made, and decided not to take a shot at the guy who was holding a knife. So the suspect caught Bill, put a knife to his throat. I was like, oh no, put my gun away because I'll end up shooting Bill. And I was like, dude, you can go, just let my partner go. Suspect lets Bill go. Bill goes, what the hell, man? Grabs the suspect, who then pushes Bill off the roof to his death. The voice you're hearing is Bill. Bill is our narrator. Bill is like the ghost. He's our friend. He's our partner. He's in our heads. Miles is looking a lot more rough now. He was very clean cut when he started out. Hair was slicked back. It was all very neat and proper. And he actually, so the drunk thing is recent. So before this, he was taking like, essentially like a drug to try and sleep, because Bill talks like Bill won't shut up, and he's kind of like going a bit crazy. So in order to sleep, he would take a really heavy sedative. And then he found out that drinking quiets spirits. Anyway, it's been a whole thing. There's a lot going on. This is our 3rd case, but it was very upsetting. There's actually a picture of me reacting to the whole situation. It's quite funny. I screenshotted it because I was like, this is brilliant. I think I put it, did I put it in the Discord? I did. It's actually, I think it's in, if you go up like this, a couple of announcements ago in the Discord, I've actually put the picture of me reacting to Bill falling off the roof. So yeah, anyway, so that's the voice you're hearing. That's Bill. We love Bill. Bill's great. Bill's the best.
What have you been up to lately?
Nothing particularly exciting. My usual clients have been scheduling appointments, and I've been trying to get some new ones as well.
And this is our wife.
In my free time, I've been catching up on my reading.
Anything good?
Yes, the conclusion to the dissembling mechanism was just published in Brentwell magazine last week.
What's that?
James Penstroke's latest serial. I wanted to read it to you, but you haven't been around much lately.
Perhaps I'll take a look now that I can actually concentrate again.
Yes, you could read it to me. I wouldn't mind hearing it again. It would certainly be a nicer way to spend your time than going out drinking.
And obviously, you know, it's 1844, so we've definitely had some comments on, you know, this being our wife, which is unfortunate for the time, but yeah.
Was Desiree Lathan a client of yours by any chance?
No, but plenty of the other grand dames used to gossip about her.
What sort of things would they say?
Usually they'd comment about how much she'd had to drink the night before. I got the impression she was quite the tippler. I hope you're not planning on following her example.
That would require me to burn to death in our bed.
Then I stand by my previous statement.
So she is a drinker. It definitely looks like.
Please let me see that beautiful smile of yours, Addie.
That's enough, Miles. If you're just going to stand there and throw meaningless words at me, you're better off not saying anything at all.
I had to try.
Stop it. I'm trying my best to move past this. Don't make it worse.
Man, I hope we don't lose her. I would be very upset if we lose her. Miles, you need to get your act together. I'm serious, bro.
Enjoy your reading. I'll be back soon.
Goodbye, Miles.
Oh, she pissed at us. Medicine 1800s must have been wild. Did give people brandy, yeah. The first case, again, for anybody who's interested, the VODs, I haven't tidied up the VODs yet. I will do that. Obviously, the VODs are on Twitch, but they're also on YouTube now. I haven't tidied them up yet, and I will make like a series out of them, but the first case, well, technically, the first case we do without Bill on our own is absolutely horrific. Yeah, that was something else. Highly recommend checking it out. Actually, or play the game yourself. Go get the game, play it yourself, 100%. It's actually really good. This one.
Nobody's bothered clearing this table yet, it seems. Well, if no one's cleaned up, you might as well do them the favor.
Sweet. I have a tankard.
The bridge to Lyon overlooking the House of Parliament. I suppose that seeing that helps the patrons of this club put on airs.
Excuse me, miss?
Oh, well, hello there, handsome.
Oh, God.
I've never seen you around here before. Care to join me for a drink?
No, I'm okay.
Thank you, but I'm on duty.
On duty? What are you, a cop?
Force of habit. I'm a private investigator, actually.
Oh, not much better, if you ask me.
The name's Miles Fordham, and you are?
Charlotte Robineau.
Pleasure. Would you mind if I asked you a few
Robineau.
questions?
I suppose not. It would help pass the time.
Were you here for the Grand Dame's ball the other night?
Of course, we all were. Well, except for Laura. Terrible business.
Oh,
You mean Laura Dupre?
That's the
very
first
same.
case.
Have you met?
I have. In fact, I investigated her attempted murder.
Is that right? I heard she ended up in jail for torturing her servants.
That's our first case.
Yes, it was quite disturbing.
To say
I
the
didn't
least.
think Laura was capable of such a thing. She
To say the
always
least.
seemed so kind. I guess we all have our dark secrets.
Does that apply to you as well, Miss Robineau?
If I told you, then it would no longer be a secret, would it?
Fair point.
Fair.
Do you know Desiree Lathan?
I knew her, yes.
When did you last speak to her?
Oh, it's been ages. She and I haven't had much to do with each other for a while.
Why is that?
It's really not important. We just didn't see eye to eye on a few things.
Was she at the Grand Dame's ball?
Yes, she was. Drinking up a storm as usual. Desi really knew how to enjoy herself.
Man, it is
How much
really.
did she drink?
Oh, I don't know. She used to outmatch me, and I can handle quite a bit.
What can you tell me about Desiree's death?
Just what I've read in the papers. She burned to death. It's horrible. She certainly didn't deserve to die in such a gruesome way.
Did she have any enemies? Anyone who might have wanted to do her harm?
No, everyone loved her.
Except you?
Mr. Fordham, I said we haven't had much to do with each other. That doesn't mean I didn't care for her. Now please, let's drop the subject.
Is the name Peter Andrews familiar to you?
Peter Andrews? Is he still around?
I'd be able to tell you that if you told me who he is.
He's desperate. That's who he is.
That's the guy who's sending love letters.
A lovesick fool who is obsessed with
Yeah.
Desi. Sent her love letters all of the time.
Would you know where I can find him?
Why would you want to?
Because I want to question him about Miss Lathan's death.
Well, I suppose that makes some sense. All I remember Desi telling me is that he worked at the Bank of Vespuccia, a clerk or some such. Imagine.
Thank you. That's very helpful.
Imagine. A clerk.
Tell me a little about yourself.
Why, Mr. Fordham, I hardly know you. Well, that said, I'm always open to making new friends.
The side eye.
Ooh, watch out, Miles. I think she's getting ready to pounce.
I greatly admire your fashion sense. You have the most radiant smile. Your hair is quite lovely. I greatly admire your fashion sense. I mean... what's a compliment she'd want to hear? I'm gonna go fashion sense.
You've really got a great sense of fashion and style. All the other grand dames must be jealous.
Oh, you.
Do I just...
I must compliment you on your lovely hairstyle.
Oh, how sweet of you to say. Though it is getting a bit ragged.
I'm not entirely sure why I'm
having it done this
complimenting.
afternoon, in fact. My girl Adelaide is a treasure.
Ah!
You don't say. Well, she must be talented to improve on near perfection.
Oh, such a flattering tongue, Mr. Fordham.
Adelaide's our wife, right?
Can I just say you've got the most radiant smile I've ever seen?
Oh, why, that's very sweet of you, Mr. Fordham.
It's true. Not many women your age still have all their teeth intact.
I beg your pardon.
I didn't know you were such a master of the high kick, Miles. You got your foot in your mouth in record time.
I just meant... You know what? Never mind. Thanks for your time. I'll let you get back to your drink.
Thanks, sweetheart.
I don't even know what to say to that. That's... We're just gonna let that one go. We're gonna leave. We're gonna walk out.
These are all high-end foo-foo liqueurs and cordials. You couldn't pay me to drink that rubbish.
Well, you're dead, Bill, so you don't have to drink it. All right. We'll go back to the crime scene because apparently I have a tankard now, so I don't know if it's gonna let me do that. We'll try picking it up with the tankard.
I'm afraid I need to have another look inside Miss Lathan's room, Officer Kane.
All right, but please be quick about it.
All right. Ash pile.
Just a pile of ashes. They can't tell us much more than we already know. Oh,
ashes.
Miles, really? You're going to carry the ashes around in a pewter mug?
It's vital to the investigation that we find out exactly what happened to the body. If anyone can tell us for certain, it's Dr. Edwards.
Fair enough. I suppose this isn't the most unpleasant thing you've carried around before. Remember that time we had to go looking for that murder victim's missing head?
I'd really rather not, actually.
Alright, so we scooped up some ashes. So we have some random ashes that we're carrying around now.
Ugh. The smell from the bedroom is getting worse. I don't know how much longer I could stand it.
Poor guy. Alright, where's Dr. Edwards? There's the bank. No, I want to go...
Dear Lord, what is that smell? Did you step in something out there, Fordham?
Private investigation is a dirty job, Upton. You know
That's
that.
unfortunate.
Got a moment, Upton?
Yes, but let's make this quick.
I need to talk to Dr. Edwards.
Would it be possible for me to access the mortuary?
The mortuary? What for?
I'd like to consult with Dr. Edwards.
Yeah, I had a feeling it was
All
here.
right, but be careful. Make sure you don't let Snelling see you back there.
So I can actually wrap up the case
That's
already.
it for now.
Better get back to it then.
That's one of the interesting things. You can actually speedrun this game if you're just happy to get everything wrong. You just be like, yeah, I think this person did it. I don't really have any proof, it's just an assumption. Yeah.
Dr. Edwards' lab was always a fascinating place to learn about death. A bit less so now that I'm quite the expert.
Oh, did I miss cleaning up some bit of that last corpse? Oh, Fordham, what brings you down here?
Hello, Edwards. I was wondering if I could pick your brain.
Yes, of course.
Speaking of
There's
medicine
one in a jar over
in the
there,
1800s.
And I may have another one around here somewhere.
That coroner humor never gets old, does it?
Oh my god,
Anyway,
pick your brain.
let me know what you want to discuss. This fellow's not going anywhere.
It's important to keep your hands clean when dealing with dead bodies. After all, you never know where they've been. Until after the post-mortem exam, anyway. I wonder if Edwards ever got around to fixing this typewriter. The letter E being out of alignment always made his reports a nightmare to read. You've seen one dissected torso, you've seen them all. Edwards keeps assorted bottles and specimens in there, nothing too remarkable that I can see. Looks rather fresh. There's a plaque at the base of the jar that says H. Putnam. Well, at least he died with a smile on his face. Sort of.
Alright.
Pardon me, Edwards.
Yes?
I've got these human ashes from a crime scene.
Straight to the point. I knew I liked you for a reason, Fordham. Who do they belong to?
Desiree Lathan. She was a Gascon Grande Dame.
Oh, of course. I heard about that case. She was found burned in her home, wasn't she?
That's right.
I meant to go over there later today.
Well, then I suppose I've saved you the journey. Would you have a look at these?
Does this mean you're officially on the case?
Not as such. In fact, I'd appreciate it if you didn't mention I'd been here.
We're not talking about it.
Clandestine operation. Sneaking around under Snelling's nose.
I don't have much of a choice. I'm pretty much persona non grata around here these days.
Well, you're always welcome in my mortuary. Preferably while still breathing, of course. Anyway, I'll just take those ashes off your hands. I'm sure your social life will soon improve.
Yes, I was making quite the impression.
This is an interesting choice of container.
It was either that or carry them around in my bare hands.
Well, I'm a bit busy right now, but I should have something for you within the next couple of hours.
Right, okay.
But you do realize the information won't be exclusive to you. I'll have to pass it on to the detectives on the case.
That's
Naturally,
fair.
That just gives me more of an incentive to work quickly. I found this piece of burned cloth at the crime scene. Could you take a look at it for me?
This is from the Lathan case?
It is, yes.
What do you need me to look at exactly?
It appears to have some oily residue on it.
Interesting. I'm afraid I have my hands full right now, but you can feel free to use my workbench if you'd like.
Okay.
To do what exactly?
Surely they taught you something about basic chemical analysis when you worked here.
Yes, well, I always let Bill handle the more technical aspects of our cases.
A real pity I'm not around to help you anymore, isn't it?
But I'll have a look and see if something comes back to me.
We'll have Bill tell us.
You didn't examine Bill after he died, did you?
Ha! He wishes.
No, there was nothing inconclusive about his death. He died from impact after falling from the roof of a building. Why, was there something else I should have looked into?
No, I was just curious.
As fond as I am of Edwards, it would have been a bit much for him to go poking around my insides.
Must be so weird to have that in your head.
Keeping busy down here, Edwards?
Oh, you know me. I've always got my hands in someone.
Edwards always did have a way with words.
This postmortem was just a formality, really. The victim died of a gunshot wound to the head. Last week, though, we had a real kicker. An old man was brought in, and though he appeared quite dead, I was told that he'd been in a trance for over half a year. Apparently, he was hypnotized right at the point of death, and somehow managed to remain alive, in a fashion. In any case, when I began performing the exam, his entire body decayed into a putrefied mess within minutes. It was fascinating.
Should you really be giving me these details, Edwards?
That's
Oh, hell, I don't mind telling you, Miles. It's not like you're going to go tell Snelling. Besides, you're the only one who's come to see me all week. Dead people make lousy conversationalists.
That's fair.
Hey, I take offense to that statement.
That's also fair.
So, Snelling got promoted to chief, did he?
Yes, not too long after you left. Personally, I think he took advantage of your situation to change things around here.
Was it really that much of a shock? Bill and I weren't exactly the most well-liked detectives on the force.
But you were respected. You two solved over 350 cases in 15 years.
Well,
you were an institution.
That's impressive.
Damn right we were. It's so easy for people to resent their more successful peers.
Ah, Edwards. Nice to know someone missed us. Thanks. That's all I needed to know for the moment.
Anytime, Fordham.
Okay, so he will tell us about the ashes later. Let's go to the workbench.
Oh, it's been ages since we got to do any type of chemical analysis. This will be grand.
Dr. Edwards, could you remind me what it is I'm meant to be doing?
Yes, of course. Go ahead and get as much of that oily residue from the cloth into the petri dish.
Okay.
Good. Now add some of the chemical reagent in the red bottle to the dish.
Okay.
Aha! The oil turned orange.
Yes! The reagent has caused a chemical reaction and changed the oil's color. Isn't science fun?
Great!
Wait, but how does this help me?
Yeah.
I have some samples of the most common types of flammable oils on the shelf. Go ahead and add them to the test tubes. Good. Now simply check each one with the reagent to see if you can find a match.
And if I don't find one?
Then I suggest going out and looking for more oil samples.
Yeah, it's gonna be this one, but anyway. Whale oil. Okay.
Whale oil be damned. Looks like that's not a match.
God.
Oh, you love it.
Kerosene? It's not going to be this. We're going to have to go out and find a different oil. I can already tell, considering there's like one empty file.
So much for kerosene being the culprit.
Whole oil?
Too bad. I would have bet on it being coal oil.
All right. We have to go out and find other oil. Interesting. All right. All right. Ah, yes, the bank. That's where the guy who's in love with her was. So we'll go there.
Mr. Fordham.
Mr. Dupre. Good to see you again. Is all well with you?
Absolutely. Everything is wonderful. Because of you, the city has finally seen Laura Dupre for the monster she is. I cannot thank you enough.
Oh, I wonder if that's different.
I suppose you're welcome?
If you choose a different outcome.
Is there anything I can help you with?
Yes, I'm looking for Peter Andrews. I was told he worked here.
That's right. His desk is just over there.
Thank you, Mr. Dupre. Lovely seeing you.
Peter Andrews, here we go.
Mr. Andrews.
Yes?
Miles Fordham, private investigator. May I ask you a few questions?
Yes, I suppose that would be fine. Have a seat.
I'd rather stand if it's all the same to you. Now then.
He looks quite young in comparison.
Do you know Desiree Lathan?
Desiree Lathan? No, I can't say the name rings any bells.
Exactly what is your role here at the bank?
I'm the manager. I handle the new accounts, organize finance, that sort of thing.
Have you been here long?
Coming up on 17 years.
Wow.
Is this at all relevant to your investigation?
Could be.
Anything could be, Mr. Andrews.
Exactly. You don't know.
You say you don't know Miss Lathan. Would you care to explain these?
Why are they crumpled up? Did she throw them out? And why do you have them?
I just love catching people like this.
Relax, Mr. Andrews. Let's take this slowly. Now, I can assume by your reaction that these are your letters?
Yes, they are.
So why did you lie about knowing Miss Lathan?
I promised my wife I would cut off contact.
But you clearly didn't. The most recent letter is from 2 weeks ago.
Did she hire you?
Your wife? No, that's not why I'm here.
Ah, well, that's somewhat of a relief then.
So your wife knows about your correspondence with Miss Lathan?
Well, I don't know if you could really call it correspondence. Desiree never wrote back. But yes, Peggy, that is to say, Margaret found out shortly after we married.
Exactly how many letters did this bounder send, I wonder?
At first, I tried to make it out that she was just a friend, but she found one of the more intimate ones while I was writing it.
I see. And what was her reaction?
What do you think? I still have the scar from the glass that she threw at me.
You're still married?
Oh, yes. Margaret comes from a very strict Catholic family. They would sooner she die than divorce. It hasn't been easy. She makes sure to take full advantage of the situation. Always buying herself the most expensive jewelry and spending a fortune on food for those wretched cats.
All right.
I swear, they're better fed than I am.
We don't need to attack
Where might
cats.
I find Mrs. Andrews? I'd like to speak to her.
Our house is at 713 Longfellow Street, just at the edge of Gascon.
Look at my babies.
It's a goddamn menagerie she's got. I'd stay away if you're averse to being covered in animal hair.
I'll take my chances.
I've had to move around the furniture in the house to put up the Christmas tree because I put that up 1st of December. Christmas tree went up. So now the big cat tree is behind me here. I think I actually preferred this, and I think the cats like it this way as well.
Were you aware of Miss Lathan's death?
What? Desiree is dead? No.
She was found burned to death in her bed.
You're lying. You have to be.
I'm afraid I'm not, Mr. Andrews.
Oh, Desiree.
Do you have any idea who might have wanted to kill her?
No, she was a marvelous woman.
Well, I'm sorry to have to be the bearer of bad news, but at least you won't have to worry about writing any more letters.
That isn't funny, Mr. Fordham.
Yeah.
Yes, it was. Don't listen to him.
Thanks for your time, Mr. Andrews.
I'm gonna try doing without that light because it was making me sleepy with it shining in my
What an
face.
absurd contraption. Imagine needing all those extra bits and bobs just to tell the time. I tried using one of these automatic money dispensers once, but I nearly got my arm stuck inside. They still got a long way to go. Yeah, impressive bit of hardware. It would take a criminal mastermind to rob this bank. We haven't got anything else to ask him about right now.
Okay. All right. So we know Andrew's residence is there.
Hey, Addie. Here I am.
Hello.
You've mucked up things enough with her for now. Best to leave her be until some time passes.
Okay, so I can't talk to her yet, even though I know
I'm heading out for now.
Goodbye, Miles.
that lady is getting her hair done. So we're not ready to deal with that yet. So we'll just go to the Andrews residence for now.
Nice house. It definitely screams eccentric person lives here.
She's feeding
Speaking
squirrels.
Of which, that must be Mrs. Andrews over there with those rodents.
Squirrels. My aunt calls squirrels rats with tails.
Excuse me, Mrs. Andrews?
Makes me chuckle.
May I help you?
I'm Miles Fordham, private investigator. I was hoping you could answer a few questions.
All right then. Don't worry, my darlings. Mommy only needs a moment to speak to the nice man, then I'll give you all the nuts you can eat. My little friends just adore nuts, Mr. Fordham.
Guess that explains why squirrels are so attracted to her.
I wonder how he, married this woman then. I'm a little confused by that.
Do you have any hobbies or pastimes, Mrs. Andrews?
Well, of course. I do a bit of knitting and I take care of my pets.
I take it you're fond of animals?
Oh, yes. I just love animals. Most prove to be better company than people.
I mean, that's true.
Is that right?
Well, consider this, Mr. Fordham. Animals can't betray you or lie.
True.
Uh-oh, I don't like where this is going.
My furry little companions would never hurt me, unlike several humans I could name.
Who are these companions, exactly?
Why, my darling little kitties and squirrel friends, of course.
Hold on a second. tell I haven't used this in a while. Yeah, okay. Okay.
Did you know Desiree Lathan?
Not personally. I never met her, but I knew exactly who she was.
And who was that?
A miserable drunk. Always going out and getting liquored up at her so-called socialite balls. They try to make them seem so fancy and high class, but it's really just a bunch of bitter old hags getting together to gossip about each other. With that kind of lifestyle, it was only a matter of time before it caught up with her.
Do you happen to know anything about the circumstances surrounding the death of Miss Lathan?
I read in the paper that she was burned to death. In her bed, wasn't it?
That's right. Do you have any idea how that may have happened?
Well, I already told you she was a drunk. Maybe she came home plastered and decided to smoke in bed. I'm rather surprised she was sleeping alone. That woman got around, if you know what I mean.
She certainly seems to know a lot about Desiree for someone who claims to have never met her.
Yeah, true.
Your squirrel friends are quite tame.
Oh, aren't they just the sweetest? And so smart, too. When I feed them, they come up and put their little paws on my hands as though they were giving me little squirrel hugs. And the way they look into my eyes, I can almost hear them saying, "Thank you for the nuts."
Oh my gosh.
Well, at least you can be grateful that it's only my voice you hear and not some rabid squirrels.
Tell me about your cats.
They're the most wonderful little dears. Do you have any pets?
Afraid not. My wife isn't too fond of cleaning up after animals.
Pity. Cats make wonderful pets. They're good company and are independent, unlike dogs. Edgar and Hubert are my pride and joy. I give them only the best of everything, and they in turn give me their unconditional love.
That's delightful.
I used to have a wonderful cat named Tobias, but, oh, he had an unfortunate accident. That's why I never let my two angels out of the house.
Same. My boys never leave the house. I don't get unconditional love from them, though. It's definitely conditional. It's definitely conditional on, making sure I feed them, etc.
What happened to Tobias the cat?
Oh, I really rather not talk about that. It wasn't my finest hour. Let's just say it was an honest misunderstanding which got blown way out of proportion.
Well, now I just have to know what happened. I hate it when people tease gossip and don't deliver.
Thank you for the chat. It was very enlightening.
I suppose we
my
can...
pleasure, Mr. Fordham.
We can ask Mr.
Now,
Andrews?
if you'll excuse me, I need to get back to tending to my little darlings.
And see if he'll tell us what happened? Okay. Where's the bank? Where's the bank? Where's the bank?
Mr. Andrews.
Yes?
What happened to Tobias?
Is there anything you can tell me about your wife's old cat, Tobias?
Oh, God. There's a name I was hoping never to hear again. She loved that cat. I'm sure she would have married it instead of me if she could. Mangy little bastard was always leaving a mess and knocking things over, but he was Peggy's little angel. Then one day I'd had enough, so I let him outside, and...
Yes?
The stupid thing managed to get itself killed. Then things got ugly.
How so?
Peggy got a bit carried away, and... Well, let's just say I never imagined a cat could earn someone a criminal record.
The plot thickens. Or perhaps sickens.
Thanks for your time, Mr. Andrews.
Okay. Back to the police station. What did she do?
Got a moment, Upton?
Yes, but let's make this quick.
I need some information on one Margaret Andrews. Apparently, she has a criminal record.
Margaret Andrews, eh? Give me a moment to look her up in the archives.
Thanks.
Yes, here we are.
Margaret Andrews was brought in for questioning 5 years ago in connection with a fire at a theater in Worcester.
Oh?
Yes, nothing came of it, but she was briefly a suspect. Oh, there's more. She also had a prior conviction for arson.
You don't say.
The file says she set fire to a cab after the driver ran over her cat. She served 6 months in prison for that. This was back in 1835.
Fascinating.
Thank you for your help, Upton. This has been extremely valuable.
So, Margaret
Interesting.
Andrews has a jealous streak and a penchant for setting things on fire. Seems a likely culprit to me.
So suspect added, so now I can like wrap up the case if I wanted to.
Have a moment to go over my current case?
I'm afraid you're on your own this time, Fordham. The walls have ears around here. If they find out I'm helping you, it won't end well for either of us.
Understood.
I'll still be here when you've solved it, though.
Yeah, I definitely
That's
have
it for
not
now.
Better
solved
get
it.
back to it then.
I mean, she's absolutely a suspect, but I actually wonder if this is one of those, like, she actually just spontaneously combusted. What do we think the odds are? I'm still trying to find proof for this guy. I don't think I have anything to give him.
Begging your pardon, sir.
Yes?
Perhaps Mr. Usher will see me when he sees this.
Oh, what's that?
Nothing.
I actually don't have anything to show.
Right. Please stop wasting my time then. I'm very busy.
Sorry.
I appreciate.
Enjoy the
All
rest.
right. So I need a document still for him.
Nothing new to ask him about right now. An invitation to the Gascon Grand Dame's ball.
Knew all this.
No title. I doubt it's a diary. People rarely leave those things laying out in the open.
Can I read it then?
Judging by these books, Miss Lathan was quite the fan of poetry. Let's just hope her taste was better than Madame Dupre's.
But I can't do anything with the book, which is annoying. Okay. Oops, so sorry. I don't know why I'm yawning so much.
Nothing more to ask her.
Welcome back, Mr. Fordham.
I don't think there's anything she...
I'll be going.
May
Apparently I can talk to her again.
I may have more questions for you later.
I can scarcely contain my excitement.
Okay, so that's a no. Nothing here. Brentwell is like the last place at the moment.
I don't think there's really any... For the publisher of...
Alright, let's go home? Question mark?
Hello, dearest. I have returned.
Hello.
You've mucked up... How are your parents doing these days? It's been ages since you wrote them.
Miles Jr. Apparently I need...
Bollingworth Ale. My favorite! And the nice souvenir from the angel.
I need to find a... Oh, actually... Hold on.
Enjoy your reading. I'll be back soon.
I look forward to your return.
Oh, she sounds less mad. But that could just be a fluke. Let's go speak to the coroner. Maybe he has some information. Maybe. Oh god, why am I yawning so much? Seriously.
Pardon me, Edwards.
Yes?
Have you gotten around to doing that?
Have you had a chance to look at those ashes I gave you?
Yes, I have. Unfortunately, there isn't much I can tell you.
Oh.
The victim burned to death at a very high temperature. These ashes are greasy and putrid because of liquefied fat from the body, which burned like a candle. As to what caused her to burn, I cannot say without more evidence. I'm sorry, Miles.
It's quite all right, Edwards. I appreciate the information nonetheless.
Well, just so you don't go away empty-handed, have a copy of my report. Maybe it will be of some use.
This is the document. Right, okay. This is the document we need to give.
That's all I needed to know for the moment.
To the
Anytime,
lawyer.
Fordham.
Okay. So we still need to find another type of oil to analyze to confirm how she burned or what she burned with. Let's get in to speak to the lawyer though now and find out why she changed, or like who she changed her beneficiary to in case of death. Her last will and testament.
Yes?
Perhaps Mr. Usher will see me when he sees this.
Oh, what's that?
I don't know why I'm yawning, I'm so sorry. I don't know what's wrong with me.
A report from Dr. Malcolm Edwards, the city coroner, confirming Miss Lathan's untimely demise.
Let me see that. Oh my. Wait one moment, would you?
Nope.
Pardon? What is the meaning of this?
The gentleman who brought that is a private investigator. He's waiting outside to see you.
Send him in, then.
You heard him, Mr. Fordham. You may go inside and see Mr. Usher.
Thank
you kindly.
Is this the House of Usher? What's up?
So, a private investigator, are you?
That's right. Miles Fordham is my name.
Jonas Usher, a pleasure to make your acquaintance.
Pleasure's all mine.
So, it would seem that Miss Lathan has shuffled off the mortal coil, as it were.
I'm sorry to say that is indeed
I'm
the
pretty
case.
sure this is a...
Please, come in, have a seat. Make yourself comfortable. I only ask that you kindly wash your hands in the basin first, and limit what you touch in here.
This one seems a bit on edge, doesn't he?
Thank you, Mr. Fordham. I appreciate your cooperation.
Of course.
Is there anything more boring than books on law? Just reading the titles is making me drowsy. Stern-looking lady. Usher seems to like keeping his guests at a distance.
I was about to say this was like a big gap.
Judging by how full these bottles are, Usher doesn't indulge much. What a waste. Adds a nice bit of color to the room.
All right.
Mr. Usher, I have some questions for you.
And hopefully I have your answers.
Okay. Well, I mean, do we have to ask him that? But
What
anyway.
can you tell me about Desiree Lathan?
She was a lovely woman. I'm saddened to hear of her unfortunate passing.
How long had you been her attorney?
She retained me some 10 years ago, I believe.
That's quite a long time.
Yes, I remember I had just gotten over a bout of melancholia and been able to work in nearly a month. I didn't think I'd make it out of that, but luckily things took a turn for the better. Miss Lathan came to see me, and I've served as her attorney ever since.
Would you say Miss Lathan is a wealthy woman?
Indeed I would. Her estate is worth a significant sum. Of course, you understand that this is confidential information, so I cannot tell you the exact amount.
Yes, of course.
Yeah, I don't need that. That's fine.
Can you think of anyone who may have wanted to harm Miss Lathan?
No, I can't. What makes you think that someone actually killed her?
It seems the most plausible explanation.
Miss Lathan was getting on in years. It's likely she may have developed a case of pneumonia. That's the most common killer of the elderly, you know. I had it when I was younger. Most unpleasant. Constant coughing, spitting up phlegm, rattling in the lungs. Thankfully, I made a full recovery.
But supposing that was the cause of death, how would it explain the fact that her body was completely burned?
She was a smoker. Perhaps she was having a cigarette when she died and dropped it on the bed, causing it to catch fire.
I found no cigarette butts at the crime scene.
I'm merely offering my opinion, Mr. Fordham. You can take it or leave it.
I think we should leave it.
That's a no.
I found this letter in Miss Lathan's bedroom, which mentions that she recently changed her will. Could you tell me a bit more about the circumstances surrounding this change?
That's not an uncommon occurrence. People change their
Sorry, I'm
wills all the
stretching my
time.
legs.
Relatives and friends fall in and out of favor
That's why
constantly.
I'm
Had Miss Lathan made
moving.
changes to her will previously?
No, this was the first time.
What change did she make exactly?
Just a change to her beneficiary. Nothing out of the ordinary.
And when did this change occur?
About 4 months ago, if I recall correctly. Yes, it was definitely in June, because I'd been in bed with a nasty stomach flu at the end of May. That was no fun, let me tell you. I think I lost nearly 6 pounds from the constant trips to the WC. Couldn't keep a thing
Do
down.
they say?
and whatever did stay down soon came out the other end, if you get my meaning.
I'd say his meaning is regrettably impossible to avoid.
Who did Miss Lathan name as her new beneficiary?
Mr. Fordham, please. You know I couldn't possibly tell you that. There is such a thing as attorney-client privilege.
But she's... tell me or I'll sneeze on you. Tell me or I'll sneeze on you. If she's deceased, she's technically no longer your
I'm
client.
aware of that. However, Miss Lathan is deceased. Therefore, it stands to reason that she is in fact no longer your client.
True, but her estate is still in my hands. I'm not going to betray her trust just because she's dead.
How long have you been practicing law, Mr. Usher?
Usher and Price has been operating since 1805. I took over from my father 15 years ago. The stress hasn't helped my heartburn, I can tell you that. Why, just last night I was tossing and turning because I couldn't stand the burning in my throat.
Yeah,
That's why I've got
he's
these bags under my
hypochondriac.
eyes, you know.
Ah, yes. And Mr. Price?
He's still here, although I think he'll probably be retiring soon as well. But the law firm has done well over the years, and I have a feeling it'll do even better in the years to come.
Oh? Why is that?
We're currently beginning a group litigation against Royal Maverick for the Lygia disaster. I'm confident that we'll recover quite a significant sum for the families of those killed. You weren't by chance affected by the disaster, were you?
Thankfully, I wasn't, no.
Shame. You could have joined the class action and done quite well when we win.
You know, I always thought we detectives made our living off human tragedy.
Mr. Usher, I've noticed from your rules and habits that you seem to have a particular aversion to germs. Why is that, if I may ask?
I've been ill most of my life, Mr. Fordham. I was a sickly child, and unfortunately my condition hasn't improved with age. It's a miracle I'm still alive. That's why I'm so careful about exposing myself to germs.
I see.
How's my color? Do I look pale to you?
Not
Do
particularly.
we reckon
I
he's
saw myself
a
in the mirror this
hypochon-
morning and thought I looked a bit peaked. Also, my leg has been hurting more than usual, which has been cause for concern.
Nah, you've really done it, Miles.
Yeah.
Yes, well, moving on.
Is he a hypochondriac because he was a sickly child, or is he a sickly child because he was a hypochondriac? But I guess that's learned, right? Like a hypochondriac is learned behavior, isn't it? I'm not sure actually. Or is it like a mental mental disorder, like you can't. It's just something that people have. I don't know. Or is it learned behavior?
About Miss Lathan's beneficiary.
I told you, Mr. Fordham.
Sorry, I'm like
I
drinking
can't
Tums.
divulge information protected under attorney-client privilege.
Do you not find it suspicious, Mr. Usher, that Miss Lathan died under such mysterious circumstances only 4 months after naming a new beneficiary? You said yourself she was wealthy. Does it not make sense that someone might have wanted her inheritance?
I suppose it's not entirely out of the question.
Right. So tell me the name of Miss Lathan's beneficiary so I can determine if this was, in fact, a murder.
Very well. It was a man named Roger DeVay.
Do you have any information on where I can find him?
It's a new name.
Only his address. It's 775 Pumblechook Place in Chumley.
That'll do nicely. Thank you, Mr. Usher.
Interesting. Okay, that's a new name. Haven't even heard that guy's
Thank you for
name
your help,
yet.
Mr. Usher.
The pleasure is all mine, Mr. Fordham.
All right, let's get out of here. Interesting. Okay.
Did Usher give us the wrong address? This should be 775, but there's no building here. I used to draw funny pictures of rich people on walls too when I was a kid. Never did a lick of good, but it would always make me feel better. Yeah, those aren't half bad. Too bad they aren't finished.
Interesting.
I wonder if they're going to be used to keep the fire going. Hey, that's just like the one we had when I was a boy. Good old Rusty. He served us well.
Excuse me.
Yeah?
Is this 775 Pumblechook Place?
Yeah, it would be if the building were still here.
Oh, I see. Might I ask you a few questions?
Okay.
You can ask.
Do you know Roger DeVay?
Know him? Of course I know him. He lives here with me.
He does?
Well, whenever he decides to come home, anyway. Rest of the time, I suspect he finds a way to sleep at his job. Me, I do the same, except I can't stand the smell of the horses.
Do you know where Mr. DeVay works?
Nah, he never told me.
Okay, interesting.
What's your name, sir?
Me? I'm Herman. Herman Shaw.
How long have you been living here?
Oh, I've been here for ages. Since before the building got condemned and was torn down.
Okay, so there was a building
there. They pretty much
there.
forced us out, you see, but a couple of us came back and set up here. Seemed like a good
Interesting.
idea. And I had nowhere else to go. That's not so bad, except for when it rains. And I guess we'll have to bundle up a bit more when it gets cold. But other than that, it's like the place was still standing.
There's some of that classic chum ingenuity. Or
Yeah.
maybe it's just delusion.
So this is why like the background noises are so intense. This particular neighborhood is very poor.
What happened to this place? Why was it condemned?
The building was old, in a pretty sad state, so the inspectors came by and said it was unfit for living. There was a whole lot of us here. Most were able to pick up and go, but a few of us stayed.
Why don't you go to a workhouse?
You wouldn't be asking if you'd ever been inside one.
Yeah,
It's
I was about to say.
wall people, children crying, sick folk coughing all over you.
But there's plenty of that out here, too.
Well, sure, but out here, there's freedom. Nobody telling you what to do except the odd copper. Not even many of them in this neighborhood. Besides, this is my home. Just because it's missing a few walls don't mean I ought to abandon it.
So interesting.
You look somewhat familiar. Didn't I see you protesting outside the Harris construction yard?
Yeah, I was there. What of it?
Were you affected by the Ligeia disaster?
Well, nobody I know was killed, if that's what you mean.
So, why were you protesting the construction of the Lenore?
That Devons fella promised he'd buy us a meal if we stood in the crowd. And for a free meal, I'd do just about anything.
Bless. Yeah.
Do you know a woman named Desiree Lathan?
Nah, I don't know many women. They're not too fond of my company. Well, I don't understand why. I always try to be a perfect gentleman. Guess it just don't got the charm. I've asked Roger to give me a few pointers. He's a big hit with the ladies, you know.
Interesting.
Is that right?
Oh, yeah. He no sooner looks at them than they're falling at his feet. Real natural, that one. Never brings it back here, though. Always winds up staying with him, getting a free meal and a soft bed out of it. Ah, well, the bohemian lifestyle ain't for everyone.
Interesting.
Maybe someday my luck will change.
I'm sure it will change the day he decides to take a bath.
I thank you for your time.
Maybe give us a shilling or two for the trouble?
Of course.
I'll consider it.
Can I give him the shilling?
By chum standards, that's practically a four-poster. Doesn't look like much, but I bet it keeps the rain off. Assuming there's no wind.
Yeah. Alright.
These aren't in such bad shape, really. As far as the chum goes, this is one of the nicer areas.
Oh no, Robin, what happened?
Hey,
There she is, less than 3.
There I am. Hi, how you doing? Welcome on in. Thank you for the sub. 7 months. How you doing? How's things? Better now. Well, thank you. I hope you're well. How have your streams been? Played anything interesting? I have not had any time to be on Twitch. I was saying this last week, I've had so many social things, and it's been great, but also, like, social battery is just drained. Just playing some older games? Nice. I mean, that's good too. So we don't know where Friendo is. You need something more interesting. Is there anything coming out that... I mean, it's been such a big year for games, but... I think we've kind of hit that point. Have you played Alan Wake 2 yet? Yeah, that's the thing, right? Like, there's always lots coming out, but it's whether or not you actually want to play it. Really? You hated the second one? Wow, interesting. Okay. Huh. That's definitely the first that's definitely the first time I've heard someone say that they didn't like Alan Wake 2. I haven't played it, but I haven't played the first one either. I'm not big into spooky games, and I feel like there's still enough of spooks and jump scares for that one. As much as I was like, ooh, it looks good, looks interesting, I'm also like,
I may have more questions for you later.
I can...
Game really excels at visuals and story. See, I like story. The combat is awful. Okay, so I'm big on story, but saying that the combat is awful, like, that concerns me as well, because if I can't pick up the combat, or if the combat is complicated or whatever, I don't know, then it destroys it for me, because I need, yeah. Then it just puts me off. Like, a little bit of a challenge is fine, but if it's making it, like, just continuously difficult. I don't know where to go.
Got a moment, Upton?
Yes, but...
Anything here? No? Okay.
That's it.
Better get...
Well, I need to find oil. Yeah, okay. Yeah, see, for me, it's, like, there's obviously no combat in this, right? Like, a game like this is all story. This is all story mechanics. Ah, right. Okay, yeah, that's fair. Right, okay, so it's an expectation, basically. It's the expectation versus what actually happens. So they show you the game and you go, okay, so based on what this game looks like and what I've seen as well, probably, as far as, like, previews or trailers or whatever. And then, yeah. Yeah, and I think that's fair. And it's very hard nowadays to go into something without expectations. And I think it's an age thing as well. I think once you've spent enough time in this world, you know, those expectations, even if you haven't seen a single trailer, I think you just have those, yeah. And also the first Alan Wake. Yeah, True. I think that's actually why I didn't play the first Alan Wake. I saw a lot about it, and all I saw was just like it was a lot of shooting guns and everything, and I was like, that doesn't look like fun to me. Yeah, interesting. I don't know where to go. Oh, yes. No, I know you do. I know you like your shooty bangs. You're good at the shooty bangs as well, so I can appreciate that. Yeah, I'm trying to... I can't actually think of any other games, like you said, that are coming out soon even that would fit. But then again, I also wouldn't see those, right? Because I don't look for those. The Game Awards is on Friday, which I'm looking forward to. I'm taking actually the day off work. Because I like to stream. I like to stream the Game Awards, so I'm actually taking the day off work. Oh yeah. No, I am. Actually, so yeah, this past week is just, it was a lot socially. I joined a dating app again. I actually went out on a date, which was lovely. It was fine. Guy was nice. Absolutely nothing wrong there. I was having conversation with another guy as well. Caused me a lot of stress and anxiety though, and I just realized I just don't want to date that way. So then I also had to delete the app. I deleted the app on Friday after telling the two guys, look, I'm really sorry. It's not you. It's 100% me. And I hate using that line because no one ever believes you, right? They're always like, yeah, sure. I'm like, no, trust me. It's me. It's me and my issues. Don't worry about it. But then I also caught up with an old boss on Wednesday that I haven't seen in like well and truly before COVID, like back when I still lived in Perth. It's been that long. And I caught up with a colleague on Thursday night, and we had Dungeons and Dragons. We did Dungeons and Dragons on Friday night, and it's been a big week. And socially, I am very drained. But that's why I took yesterday off. Yeah. That's why I was like, yesterday I was just like, I can't. I just need like 24 hours of just nothing. So yeah, I was actually having this discussion, I said earlier as well. I'm an introvert with extroverted qualities. So while hanging out with the people was great, and it's very uplifting, it's also exhausting. But yeah. The whole thing. Very much the same, yeah. So it was a big week. It was a big week. Do I
Nothing new to ask him about right now.
Can I go back into the room? I don't think there's anything in the room. But yeah, so just a big week, so I took yesterday off.
I'm afraid I need to have another look inside Miss Lathan's room, Officer Kane.
I will.
But please, be quick about it.
I will. I do enjoy playing video games, it's just... For some reason, also, sometimes sitting in front of my computer feels tiring. Like, I've been yawning. I don't know what's wrong with me. Okay, there is nothing new to learn here, right?
Poor Desiree, a woman of infinite riches, of tastes most fancy. Well, where's all your money now? Come to think of it, that question might be worth answering. This one's clean. Well, aside from the fact that the rest of the leg is burned off. There's a tattoo on her ankle. It says, "Dancing through life." Hate to break it to her, but that dance is over. I don't think Desiree will be able to give us a hand with this investigation.
Bill?
What? I thought it was funny.
Aw, thanks, Maynard. It actually does. I started streaming, I was like, I'm really sorry I haven't been around, and somebody like resubbed, Geek resubbed, and I was just like, thank you. Makes me feel better. Gaming is cozy. Despite the fact that it's like murder cases. Potential spontaneous human combustion? We're not sure. Is it murder or spontaneous human combustion? Who can say? Hopefully I can, although I'm stuck at the moment. I don't think there's anything else in this room.
That's
I have
a
to
nice
admit,
portrait of Miss Lathan.
it's
Too bad it was damaged by the fire.
It's a fun
the area
game.
where the
I'm
artist's signature
enjoying.
should be has been singed and is unreadable. Too bad.
But the date is still legible. It's from this year.
It's the cases are interesting. The way they've done it. I don't know what to do now though. I'm stuck. I need to find Roger. Something with horses. Should I go back to my house? We're trying to find Roger DeFay. He's not at his residence. He's probably sleeping at his job.
Nothing more to ask.
Okay.
Hey, Addie. Here I am.
Hello.
You've mucked.
No.
Enjoy your
Okay. We're just gonna go by every spot, I guess.
Welcome.
I don't think there's any.
There wasn't anything else about spontaneous combustion, right? Trying to... Oh, yeah, that's the other thing I'm supposed to be doing. Trying to find oil to test. I don't...
I'll be going.
Yeah. Blah, 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 blah.
We haven't got nothing else to.
Can't get through there. Well, Roger's obviously painted this portrait. I'm going to guess anyway, based on... Is there something else that I'm missing here? The tent, barrel, Herman, the straw mats, the paintings.
Yeah, those aren't half bad. Too bad they aren't finished. I wonder if they're going to be used to keep the fire going.
He's obviously an artist, but I don't know where he is. Does she have something?
I may have...
Okay, no. I need to find where Roger is. Where else the hell am I supposed to go? Brentwell.
I don't think they're...
No.
Empty.
I do like at least the game doesn't like force me to start the conversation just to be like, I'll be on my way now. It's just like you don't have anything to say to this guy. Lawyer's gone, so we've done everything at the lawyer's. Where else do I have to go? Is there something?
I remember when Edwards used to keep his collection of preserved reproductive organs on this shelf. He must be getting soft in his old age. Or perhaps that's exactly what happened to his collection.
Oh my god. Bill, please.
I'd say being hooked up to that machine was the worst experience of my life, except I was already dead at the time. Imagine a giant mosquito sucking out all your blood and then replacing it with formaldehyde. Not very pleasant.
Another reason I don't want to be buried.
Edwards keeps assorted bottles and specimens in there. Nothing too remarkable that I can see.
No, thank you.
This provides the room with just the right amount of heat. Unlike the incinerators in the crematorium. Talk about overkill. It's important to keep your hands clean.
Interesting. So, I still need to do this. We still need to find...
Looks like ammonium chloride. Won't be of much use to us in this experiment.
Oh, maybe a different experiment? Are we going to be able to do more experiments?
I feel sorry for the poor slob who has to clean that out. Seems to be empty for now. That's most definitely a good thing. Not a stitch of clothing on him, as if having your torso ripped open and poked around inside weren't bad enough. There truly is no dignity in death.
Yeah. Not gonna lie, after my dad passed, when I knew they were doing an autopsy, because
Nice pair of legs.
You know, sudden death and didn't know why. That I remember thinking that
collection of stains, fluids, and other
I hated that
repugnant
idea,
materials almost
but
makes me homesick for the chum.
it also gave me answers, so I can't be too upset.
I'm pretty sure I saw Edwards weighing his lunch on this once.
Okay, I need to find oils, but I don't know where to find another oil to test. I mean, there's got to be something here, right? If this is still like open.
You have to hand it to her. Miss Lathan certainly had a unique taste in fashion. I bet you could see her coming a mile away. Definitely too young to be Miss Lathan. Perhaps a relative?
Looked at.
Nothing new.
Can't ask him. Just gonna keep going over the same spots.
I'm afraid I need to have.
All right, but
I don't know what else to do. Nothing else in there.
Nothing else of interest in there. Miss Lathan's half-written article about igniting the fires within. Pity we'll never be able to know how it ends. As much as I like this painting,
Nothing left in the nightstand.
the flames must have been fairly high to be able to stain the ceiling like that.
I mean, that's all there is in here, right? Like... Burned remains of a piece of cloth appears to have traces of oily residue on it. Alright. Itchy nose. I don't even know where to go. I've been to like all of this. Can't talk to anybody else from what I can tell. Like, what do I do here?
Rats with fluffy tails. How anyone can find them endearing is beyond me.
That's what my aunt says. The rats with tails.
Nothing more to add.
I can't go into the house. Can't talk to the guys at the bank. She has nothing left to tell me. Yeah.
Best not to bother.
He doesn't have anything left to tell me. Oh my goodness. What am I missing?
These are all high.
No, we knew that. He said that.
That painting depicts a hand dropping a bunch of blood-soaked silver coins into another hand. Definitely sets the bar for the type of people who come here, I'd say.
There's nothing to be done with this. Can't talk to her. Okay. I'm missing something. And it's gonna be something really, really obvious.
Confessions. You useful.
I looked at that. I looked
the
at
public-
the bookcase.
I can only begin to imagine. I can only. I don't.
Can't talk to him. Nothing in the box. Oh my gosh. Can't talk to him. Can't talk to her. Can't talk to her. Can't talk to her.
Welcome.
I don't think. I never much cared for all that. A great man once said to me, "Bill, you aren't gonna get very far in life just staring at balls." He's dead now. But then again, so am I. What a ridiculous contraption. People will do anything to make a quick crown.
How do I...
I think I've seen one of these before.
It's a spirit.
Well, I've got
yeah.
a message for.
Yeah, we knew that. That's fine.
That's probably the storage case for the spirit board.
We knew that. That's fine. Yeah, like there's literally... Okay. There's nothing here.
I'll be going now.
Yeah. Okay. Can't talk to anyone here. I'm trying to find the oil that would have set fire. To me, in my brain, I'm like, shouldn't that be like here somewhere?
Nothing new.
I'm afraid.
All right.
But as far as I can tell, there's like nothing.
Just a pile of ashes. They can't tell us much more than we already know.
And we've already looked at these ashes.
I don't think there's much. There's a tattoo on her ankle. It says, "Dancing through life." Alas, come to think of it.
There's the hand.
What?
I've got to be missing something, surely. Looked at the stain. There's nothing else in the light stand. Will we find the oil with the murderer? Yeah, could be. I'm obviously, there's something I'm missing because I can't progress. And I don't know what it is. So I know, so we need to find Roger. I know we need to find the oil that actually, like, comes up orange when we use the mixture with it. And I don't know where to go.
Honey, I'm home.
Hello.
You've mucked.
Still doesn't want to talk to me.
Your book collection is always. Your.
No,
It's been so long. I'd love to see. Ah, the Havisham case. It's nice to have a memory of the good old days.
Let's see. Let's see. Something I missed in the bedroom?
It's admirable.
It's empty.
Good riddance, I say. That's a fun little apparatus Adelaide got you. Very soothing.
Watching it spin long enough puts me right to sleep.
I'd say that's really more the soporifics doing.
I don't take
Remember
the
before
soporific
you
anymore.
started taking that medicine, you were a lot more. I always liked that self-portrait of Adelaide. Cozy little.
No.
Oh, wouldn't you say it's time for?
So?
Right.
What are you talking?
Never.
Okay, no. No, we haven't found Roger. That's Roger Dufay. We haven't found him yet. We know that his job has something to do with animals, something to do with horses. Because the guy was like, I can't stand the smell of horses. But
yes,
I don't have anywhere to go. Can't talk to her.
Enjoy your
Don't.
Okay, so we have my house, can't do anything. Where the corpse is, which as far as I can tell, I've checked everything. We've got the bank. Where
We haven't got it.
I can't talk
Nothing
to
else
him. Can't talk to him.
I tried using one. What an
PlayStation. Andrew's residence. I can't talk to her about anything.
Nothing more
to ask. Spectre Society.
Welcome.
I don't think there's.
I'll be going.
She can help with. Gascon Supper Club.
I may have more.
May have more questions. There's the homeless guy.
Best not to.
Can't talk to him any further. And then we've got Brentwell Magazine. And I can't talk to him either. So I'm missing something. I am missing something.
Pretty sure that connects Upton to everyone on the police network, including Giles at the jail. Lucky her. Prime Minister Atwood watching over the department with his signature scowl. I don't think I've ever seen anyone reading those books. I'm half convinced they're purely decorative.
Well, they are, because I can't touch them either.
Sure was nice when that sign didn't apply to us.
So this is on the way to the corner. I can talk
Got a
to her,
moment?
but I
Oh.
can only talk to her about wrapping
done
up the
with the late-
case. Human combustion, Margaret Andrews unsolvable case.
Actually, I'm.
Okay.
That's it.
So those are my options at the moment. I can answer pronounce it human combustion. I can say it's unsolvable, or I can say Mrs. Andrews murdered her. I have nothing else to discuss with him.
Edwards keeps us.
Got the workbench.
The brain is truly a fascinating organ. If only more people used it.
What am I missing? Investigate the Gascon Supper Club. So this suggests I'm missing something here. It says I'm still supposed to... Is there more if I walk this way? No. No. Okay. I was
These are all
like...
high end. The bridge
That's... to...
The bridge.
Investigate, but there's nothing else to investigate from what I can tell. Can't talk to her again.
I can...
What am I missing?
By chum stand. I used to draw funny. Never. Best.
Excuse me, sorry. He's obviously a painter. What am I missing? What am I missing? True. My problem at the moment if each of us had a capability to light a real fire within our bodies. Did that. Oh my god, sorry. I keep freaking yawning. Burn cloth. We need to find Roger. How do I find Roger? Okay. Give me a second. I'm just gonna stand up. I'm gonna grab some more water and just... I'm gonna think about this for a second. It won't be long. It just... yeah. Just grab some more water. I'm gonna stretch. Because, yeah, I'm struggling. Yes, I will stretch. Because I need to stretch. Alright, give me 2 seconds and I will be right back. Okay, hi. So I'm gonna be honest. I cheated.
Ah, home at last.
Hello.
You've mucked up.
We have a problem. We have a problem. I can't. I messed up. I messed this up. I absolutely cheated. I just took a look to see what the deal was with what the next step is, and the next step is, as I suspected, had to do with the fact the lady uses Adelaide for her hair, and that you would normally come home and you talk to Adelaide and you'd be like, "Hey, I need some help."
You've mucked up things enough with her for now. Best to leave her be until some time passes.
Because I complimented her again as a conversation choice, she is now not talking to me. And I therefore cannot actually solve this case. So, we have a problem. Oh. We can't find Roger now, is essentially what my understanding is here. I've blocked myself into...
If there isn't a pair of scissors or a hairbrush in Adelaide's hands, you can bet there'll be a book. You've
So... This is the problem. It's a serious problem.
Addie?
What is it, Miles?
So... I kind of need to do this all again. Because I don't like not being able to solve a case.
What have you been up to lately?
Nothing particularly exciting. My usual clients have been scheduling appointments, and I've been trying to get some new ones as well. In my free time, I've been catching up on my reading.
Anything good?
Yes, the conclusion to the dissembling mechanism was just published in Brentwell magazine last week.
What's that?
James Penstroke's latest serial. I wanted to read it to you, but you haven't been around much lately.
Perhaps I'll take a look now that I can actually concentrate again.
Yes, you could read it to me. I wouldn't mind hearing it again. It would certainly be a nicer way to spend your time than going out drinking.
So, yeah.
Addie, please know that I'm deeply sorry for my behavior last night.
Do I just
I'll do
skip
everything
through all
I can
this?
to make it up to you. Would you like me to get some new begonias?
I don't need pretty flowers or pretty words, Miles. I just want things to go back to how they were. That's really all the apology I require.
Was Desiree Lathan a client of yours by any chance?
No, but plenty of the other grand dames used to gossip about her.
What sort of things would they say?
Usually they'd comment about how much she'd had to drink the night before. I got the impression she was quite the tippler. I hope you're not planning on following her example.
That would require me to burn to death in our bed.
Then I stand by my previous statement.
Okay.
I'll let you...
Right, this is the beginning of this case. So I have to do this all again. And I know that technically
I shouldn't be gone too long.
Cheating.
I look forward to your return.
But I really can't not solve this case. So we're just gonna do this really fast. Wow.
Looks as though we've arrived fashionably late.
Excuse me, sir, but this is an active crime scene. We can't allow members of the public.
Oh, this isn't just any member of the public.
We have to go through all this again. I'm so sorry.
This is Miles Fordham. He used to be one of us until he got his partner killed.
Wonderful. Officer Parsons is on the scene. It's a shock the apartment isn't in a shambles.
Good day to you too, officers.
Fordham? What are you doing here?
Oh, God. I have to do all this again. All right.
Ah, Captain Snelling.
We'll just let it play
What a
out. It's
pleasure.
fine.
That's Chief Snelling now, Fordham. I don't expect you follow the workings of the department much these days, but I'd appreciate the proper address.
So nice to see that power hasn't gone to his head.
My apologies, Chief Snelling.
You haven't answered my question. What in blazes are you doing here?
The story was front page news. I couldn't resist coming to have a look for myself.
There's no respect for police business anymore, damn meddlers. This is an active crime scene, Fordham. Leave the premises immediately.
We could solve this case in no time if we work together, you know.
We don't need any help, not even from former detectives. Parsons, I'm going back to the station. I want your report the minute you're done here. Understand?
Yes, sir.
Now, don't get any funny ideas, Fordham. If you so much as breathe on anything in here, I'll have you arrested for tampering with a crime scene. Do I make myself clear?
Sure, whatever you say, Chief.
Keep your nose where it belongs, or you'll have me to answer to.
I suppose it's reassuring that even in this crazy, ever-changing world, you can always count on Snelling to be a complete ass.
You heard the chief. No snooping around. The sooner you get out of here, the better for all of us.
All right.
Excuse me, Officer Parsons.
Clear off, Fordham. The chief doesn't want you here, and neither do I. You aren't on the force anymore, so you've got to respect the rules, just like every other citizen.
He'd be respecting my fist if I were alive, believe me.
I'm not trying to cause any trouble. I just want to ask a few questions.
Well, if it will get you to leave faster.
All right, let's
what can
do
you
this.
tell me about Desiree Lathan?
I'm
Nothing.
going
Because
to
No, because I'm not.
Come on,
Do I have to state the obvious?
through some
If
of
it
this.
were up to me, you'd be in jail for murdering an officer.
I wouldn't make such claims without knowing the facts, Parsons. It could get you in serious trouble.
I don't like this guy.
It'd be a
Accuses
real
me.
tragedy to see your career cut short and you back in the workhouse polishing airship rivets.
You don't scare me, Fordham.
Rest assured, the feeling is mutual. Have you made much progress on this investigation?
Did you not hear me the first time, Fordham? Drop it before I have to arrest you for interfering with a police investigation.
You're looking well these days, Parsons. What's your secret?
Secret? I don't know. Maybe something about getting a good night's sleep without blood on my hands does wonders.
How long has Officer Kane been on the force?
I'm not one to gossip, Fordham.
That's only the second most hypocritical thing I've heard today.
Ask him yourself if you're so interested.
Okay.
Why was Chief Snelling here anyway?
He's the chief of police, and this is an official investigation. It doesn't take a grand leap of logic.
Yes, but the Chief of Police never bothers with a crime scene unless it's of great importance.
Your point?
Does that mean this crime scene is, in fact, of great importance?
You're the investigator, Fordham. I'll leave you to work that one out.
Okay,
That's
so
all I wanted to know.
Good.
talk to this guy real quick.
Begging your pardon, officer.
Yes, what is it, sir?
Is there anything you can tell me about Desiree Lathan?
I'm afraid not. You don't have clearance in this investigation.
And there's nothing I can say to convince you otherwise?
My superiors would be very upset if they knew I was breaking the rules. I'm sorry.
I think the operative phrase in this instance is if they knew. We need to find a way to get Parsons out of here. Maybe we should visit Upton at the station.
Okay. Let's do that.
Thanks for your time, officer.
Not a problem.
All right. Yes, we have to do this all again because I screwed up.
An invitation to the Gascon Grand Dame's Ball. It seems it was held 2 nights ago at the Gascon Supper Club. Might be worth looking into, seeing as it's our only lead right now.
Might as well save over that because it's a whole thing. PlayStation.
I didn't imagine we'd be coming back here in this lifetime.
Fordham, have you solved the case already?
I find you irresistible.
I haven't even gotten started.
Whenever that beautiful face of yours breaks into a smile, my heart
Let
lifts.
Snelling see you.
How you doing?
Back yet?
He arrived a few minutes ago.
I know, I'm
expect
trying to
be
keep myself
sequestered in his
awake.
office today, so you shouldn't have to worry too much.
Good to know. Got a moment, Upton?
Yes, but let's make this quick.
How you doing?
Back to work, I see.
Yes, well, the coffee shop holiday had to end eventually. I'm gonna have to find someplace else to meet you. The higher-ups are getting suspicious.
To be honest, it was a bit wretched there. I won't miss it.
Well then, Mr. Big Bug, you can have the honor of choosing the next place. Under a bridge somewhere, perhaps.
Have you been able to find any leads on Bill's death?
Have you?
Not yet, no.
I don't want to get your hopes up, but I may have something.
Oh?
The man you're looking for, he was burgling a flower shop, right?
Yes.
I couldn't help but notice that in the last 2 cases you've had, plants have been used to drug people. It may just be a coincidence, but I also think it's something worth looking out for. If it becomes a pattern, there's a good chance it might be related.
But 2 different people did the drugging.
True, but in both cases, they learned from someone else.
It's a stretch, but it's better than nothing. I'll take it into consideration.
Actually, I really wanted pizza last night. I didn't do it though. I
I'm
behaved
having
myself.
some trouble with Officer Parsons.
You and everyone else who's ever met him. What's the problem?
He's keeping me away from the Lathan crime scene.
Of course. He's one of the most loyal to Snelling.
Any suggestions for how I might get him away so I can live around?
I might have an idea. There are several reported crimes that haven't been assigned yet, and Parsons is itching to prove his investigative chops.
I have a chicken that I need to put in
He'd
the
probably abandon
oven
his post for a good
later
enough
on.
lead and a chance to impress Snelling.
Upton, oh good, you impress me.
Department politics are
Up to
something
no
of a
good.
specialty of mine.
Up to no good.
Any updates on the Harris baby?
He's back home and doing well thanks to you.
I'm glad to hear it.
You did an impressive job. I admit I was a bit concerned about how you'd fare after months of taking it easy. But I suppose detective work is like riding a bicycle.
It's a guaranteed way to end up with a broken arm.
I see the Gazette has caught wind of this supposed mass murderer.
Yes, Snelling has been positively fuming about it. Between that and the Lathan case being publicized on the same day, it's been a nightmare for the department.
Any idea how they got the information?
I don't think anyone in the department has spoken to the press. Maybe they just have some very good reporters.
So, is it serious? Should we be concerned?
3 murders is nothing to sneeze at, but all the victims have been men in Chumley. If that changes, then things might start getting urgent.
Isn't that just the way of things? You can bet they'd have already caught the bastard if the first body had turned up in Leon.
About getting Parsons away from the crime scene?
All right, these are the, as of yet, unassigned crimes. The body of a young man was found in the Hodgman River by the Gascon docks this morning. A woman in Chumley
So
reported
sadly,
hearing a single gunshot in her neighbor's apartment last night.
I have to do all of this
There was a deadly
again.
explosion at a factory in Worcester that may be linked to sabotage. And that's it for right now. Any of those strike your fancy?
What was the report?
Let's hear about the gunshot.
Ethel Williamson reported hearing a sound she described as a single gunshot coming from her neighbor's apartment last night. She said she had been hearing arguments over the past several weeks, and there may have been domestic violence involved. When she knocked on the door, she got no answer, but she said she noticed the distinct smell of flowers.
Intriguing.
Do you think Parsons will be interested?
Yeah.
Sounds good. Let's go with that one.
All right, I'll send out the report as soon as we're done talking.
All right.
That's it for now.
Better get back to it then.
Let's do... I think that's the one I chose to get him to move. It's really annoying I have to do this all again, but I really, really, really want to solve the case, and
Nobody's bothered clearing this table yet, it seems. Well, if
I
no one's
was-
cleaned
I
up,
was
you might as well
bad.
do them the favor.
I was bad, I did the wrong thing, and now I'm stuck doing this sort of stuff.
Excuse me, miss?
Oh.
But it's okay,
well,
because
hello
I'm
there,
skimming through
handsome.
what we've already done.
I've
so.
never seen you around here
Apologies
before.
for everyone who's already
Care
watched
to
me do
join
this.
me for a drink?
Thank you, but I'm on duty.
On duty? What are you, a cop?
Force of habit. I'm a private investigator, actually.
Oh, not much better, if you ask me.
The name's Miles Fordham, and you are?
Charlotte Robineau.
Pleasure. Would you mind if I asked you a few questions?
I suppose not. It would help pass the time.
Alright.
Were you here for the Grand Dame's ball the other night?
Of course, we all were. Well, except for Laura. Terrible business.
Yeah, case
You
number
mean
one.
Laura Dupre?
The very same. Have you met?
I have. In fact, I investigated her attempted murder.
Is that right? I heard she ended up in jail for torturing her servants.
Did indeed.
Yes, it was quite disturbing.
I didn't think Laura was capable of such a thing. She always seemed so kind. I guess we all have our dark secrets.
Does that apply to you as well, Miss Robineau?
If I told you, then it would no longer be a secret, would it?
Fair point.
Alright.
Do you know Desiree Lathan?
I knew her, yes.
When did you last speak to her?
Oh, it's been ages. She and I haven't had much to do with each other for a while.
Why is that?
It's really not important. We just didn't see eye to eye.
I'm missing
on
a few things that I need to talk to her about.
Was she at the Grand Dame's ball?
That's fine.
Yes, she was. Drinking up a storm, as usual. Desi really knew how to enjoy herself.
How much did she drink?
Oh, I don't know. She used to outmatch me, and I can handle quite a bit.
What can you tell me about Desiree's death?
Just what I've read in the papers. She burned to death. It's horrible. She certainly didn't deserve to die in such a gruesome way.
Did she have any enemies? Anyone who might have wanted to do her harm?
No. Everyone loved her.
Except you?
Mr. Fordham, I said we haven't had much to do with each other. That doesn't mean I didn't care for her. Now please, let's drop the subject.
Well, alright then.
Tell me a little about yourself.
Why, Mr. Fordham, I hardly know you. Well, that said, I'm always open to making new friends.
Ooh, watch out, Miles. I think she's getting ready to pounce.
Let's compliment her.
I must compliment you on your lovely hairstyle.
Oh, how sweet of you to say. Though it is getting a bit ragged. I'm having it done this afternoon, in fact. My girl Adelaide is a treasure.
You don't
So
say.
that's-
Well, she must be talented to improve on near perfection.
Oh, such a flattering tongue, Mr. Fordham.
Alright.
Thanks for your time. I'll let you get back to your drink.
Thanks, sweetheart.
Alright, so we've established that she knows Adelaide. We go now back to the crime scene, which hopefully I can get into now. Yes.
Looks like Parsons took the bait. Now maybe we can finally have a look around the crime scene.
Have a talk with Officer Kane.
Begging your pardon, officer.
Yes, what is it, sir?
Do you enjoy working with Officer Parsons?
If I'm being honest, he can be a bit much sometimes.
Trust me, you're not the only one who feels that way. I didn't have much interaction with him when I was a detective, but the few times I did weren't very pleasant.
I could tell he doesn't seem to care much for you. Although I don't think he cares much for anyone except the chief, and that's only because he's the one who gives out the promotions.
What was Chief Snelling doing here?
He was inspecting the crime scene.
Yes, but why was he involved? Is there something special about it that would require the chief of police to look into it?
Well, someone thought it might be related to the big case we're not supposed to talk about.
You mean the mass murderer?
Yes, sir. I could see why the chief is upset that the news has gotten out.
And is it related?
No, I don't believe so. But the news reports have been getting the public on edge.
Of course. The less information there is, the easier it is for rumors to start spreading.
Exactly. Chief Snelling has a lot of fires to put out.
If that's the case, it's too bad he didn't get to Miss Lathan in time.
Oh my god.
Is there anything you can tell me about Desiree Lathan?
I couldn't really say.
Come now, I'm trying to help this investigation. Any small detail would be useful.
Well, I haven't really looked over the crime scene too much. It's rather gruesome, you see.
Is the body still here?
Yes. What's left of it, at any rate. Miss Lathan was only identified by the tattoo on her foot.
I see.
It's really concerning.
How long have you been on the force, officer?
2 months, sir.
And how's it treating you so far?
This is where I was meant to be.
That's good to hear.
Parsons mentioned you used to be a detective?
I was, yes, for 15 years. It wasn't always easy, but I loved every minute of it.
Parsons goes on about how he's got his eye on becoming a detective, but I don't know if I'd be able to handle it.
Is that right?
Yes. He's up for review. I think he's trying to impress Snelling to improve his chances.
Jeez.
Has there been much progress here?
Snelling and Parsons examined the scene, that's all I know.
Do you think I might have a look, now that the initial investigation's been conducted?
I'm afraid that's out of the question, sir. I have my orders.
Officer Kane, I'm trying to aid this investigation. There may have been something overlooked by the others.
It's interesting sometimes I can hear
if
the
Parsons
change.
were to catch you, my career would be over.
Trust me, he won't be back for some time.
Like,
I swear on my honor as a former member of the New Britannia Police.
This sounds different than
right.
the rest of his
I suppose you can go in for
audio?
a moment, but please be quick about it.
Thank you, Officer Kane.
See?
I promise this will stay between us.
I just love
Is it
rookie
just
officers.
me, or does
So
it go...
gullible. I once got one to shine my shoes for a week after convincing him it was department policy. Good times.
Bill.
Thanks for your time, officer.
Not a problem.
All right. Let's pop in here.
That's certainly a pungent aroma. I can see why the officer stuck to the living room.
Surprisingly modest quarters for a grande dame. You'd never guess she could buy out the likes of you and me 1,000 times over. Ashes to ashes and all that. I'm glad I was buried. Cremation always seemed a bit too hot to handle.
Now's not the time for jokes, Bill.
Are you serious? Death is the best time for jokes. Otherwise, it's all just a bunch of boo-hoo-hoo this and wah-wah-wah that. And trust me, there's plenty of that in life. Hell, you'd know better than anyone.
All right. Just shut it for a bit while I look over the crime scene, would you?
Just leave Trish.
All right.
Alas, poor Desiree, a woman of infinite riches, of tastes most fancy. Well, where's all your money now? Come to think of it, that question might be worth answering. Ugh, greasy, fetid, stinking ashes. Who knew the human body was capable of producing such a disgusting byproduct?
I'm surprised the coroner hasn't taken the body away yet.
Probably because there isn't much of a body left to take. Either that, or Dr. Edwards knows better than to deal with something like this.
That's extremely unlike him. He'd jump at the chance to examine this body. Perhaps we should allow him the pleasure.
I hope you're not suggesting what I think you're suggesting. Oh, Miles, really? You're going to carry the ashes around in a pewter mug?
It's vital to the investigation that we find out exactly what happened to the body. If anyone can tell us for certain, it's Dr. Edwards.
Fair enough. I suppose this isn't the most unpleasant thing you've carried around before. Remember that time we had to go looking for that murder victim's missing head?
I'd really rather not, actually.
That sounds horrible. All right. Apparently you can, like, take the ashes and, like, wander around with them. And the thing that I looked at to try and find a clue of what to do next when I realized that I messed up, it says to not show the ashes to the guy at the lawyer. It didn't show I was live. It's because I'm too small, Trill. I'm like way down, all the way down. That's why. How are you?
I don't think Desiree will be able to give us a hand with this investigation.
Bill?
What? I thought it was funny. This one's clean. Well, aside from the fact that the rest of the leg is burned off. There's a tattoo on her ankle. It says, "Dancing through life." Hate to break it to her, but that dance is over.
Rough couple of weeks. Well, that doesn't sound good.
Odd.
Yeah, it
Another
does that,
pile
Trill.
of ashes under
It
the
does that.
bed. Looks as though whatever she kept underneath got burned too.
I feel
or it
that.
could be that whatever was under the bed is what caught fire in the first place. Although there's no evidence of what started it. All that's left is a small piece of cloth. Might as well take it.
I
Cloth
feel
appears to have
that.
some oily residue on it. Interesting.
Check the nightstand.
There's a letter in here.
This is about the changes.
This just keeps getting more and more interesting. The law firm of Usher and Price isn't too far from here. I think it's definitely worth paying them a little visit.
Mother their way out. My
Some
babies
crumpled
are
up
both
letters.
asleep.
They look to be of the romantic variety.
They're from the same person, one Peter Andrews.
It's always sad to see a case of unrequited love. I'm thinking we should find out who this Peter Andrews is.
Good idea.
Yeah, those are the letters. Got the...
It's a nice portrait of Miss Lathan. Too bad it was damaged by the fire. The area where the artist's signature should be has been singed and is unreadable.
Proud on the desk and stare.
But the date is still legible. It's from this year.
Yeah, sometimes like they'll jump up and they'll sit right in front of my keyboard and monitor and just like
It's a nice
just sit
portrait
there.
of Miss Lathan.
Oh wait.
But the date.
They're not actually staring at me. They're just staring off the distance. They're just like, I don't know what you mean. We're just sitting here. What seems to be the problem? It's like, okay.
It looks
I
as
just
though Miss
happen
Lathan
to
was in the
want to
middle
sit
of writing something.
right here.
It's an article for Brentwell magazine.
Igniting the fires within. A bit on the nose, wouldn't you say? Classic Brentwell. They have a reputation for making their writers go to extremes for their articles, all for the sake of entertainment.
Perhaps we should pay their offices a visit, see exactly what it was Miss Lathan was doing for them.
Sorry, work email. Give me a second. Make sure it's nothing for me. Oh yeah, I need to make that booking as well. It's the 13th, right? Take a look at that later. That's fine.
Doesn't look as though this fireplace has been used in a long time.
All right.
Suppose we can rule it out as the source.
The
flames must have been fairly high to be able to stain the ceiling like that.
Okay. Let's get out of here.
Was there someone else in the room just now? I thought I heard you talking.
Oh, no. It's just sometimes I think aloud when investigating crime scenes.
I see.
Good save.
To be fair,
You
I
don't need
talk
any
to
more
myself all
police
the time.
officers thinking you're insane.
How's the new job?
The smell from the bedroom is getting worse. I don't know how much longer I could stand it.
Let me save here. It's fine. It's fine. I tried applying for a job in a hotel. I didn't even get an interview, which is shocking, but there it is. I'm gonna get rid of these ashes. Apparently you can go through with the ashes and talk to everyone, but we're just gonna get rid of the ashes straight up.
Dear Lord, what is that smell? Did you step in something out there, Fordham?
Private investigation is a dirty job, Upton. You know that.
We need to
Got a
get
moment,
to
Upton?
the
Yes, but let's make this quick.
Would it be possible for me to access the mortuary?
The mortuary? What for?
I'd like to consult with Dr. Edwards.
All right, but be careful. Make sure you don't let Snelling see you back there.
That's it for now.
Better get back.
Okay. All right. Sorry, I'm like skimming through this because this is all the stuff I'd already done before I messed up and was unable to go any further.
Dr. Edwards' lab was always a fascinating place to learn about death. A bit less so now that I'm quite the expert.
Oh, did I miss cleaning
Yeah.
up some bit of that last corpse?
The
Fordham, what brings you down here?
Hello, Edwards. I was wondering if I could pick your brain.
Yeah, because I looked
yes, of
at where
course.
the office
There's one
is
in
of
a
your
jar over
job.
there, and I
in,
may have another one
Melbourne,
around here
and I wouldn't be able to get to it
That
without a
coroner
car.
humor never gets old, does it?
Anyway, let
Or
me
it
know
would
what you want
take
to
me
discuss.
far
This
too
fellow's
long.
not going anywhere.
The office isn't really in a great location for easy access as far as that goes. So,
Pardon me, Edwards.
Yes?
I've got these human ashes from a crime scene.
Straight to the point. I knew I liked you for a reason, Fordham. Who do they belong to?
Desiree Lathan. She was a Gascon Grand Dame.
Oh, of course. I heard about that case. She was found burned in her home, wasn't she?
That's right.
I meant to go over there later today.
Well, then I suppose I've saved you the journey. Would you have a look at these?
Does this mean
Yeah,
you're officially
100%.
on the case?
Not as such. In fact, I'd appreciate it if you didn't mention I'd been here.
Ah, clandestine operation. Sneaking around under Snelling's nose.
Clandestine.
I don't have much of a choice. I'm pretty much persona non grata around here these days.
Well, you're always welcome in my mortuary. Preferably while still breathing, of course. Anyway, I'll just take those ashes off your hands. I'm sure your social life will soon improve.
Yes, I was making quite the impression.
I have one in black as well.
This is an interesting choice of container.
I actually want another one in
or
black.
Carry them around in my bare hands.
Well, I'm a bit busy right now, but I should have something for you within the next couple of hours. But you do realize the information won't be exclusive
Back
to
when
you.
I had money to burn.
I'll have to pass it on to the detectives on the case.
Naturally.
Yeah, I won't be
That
able
just
to
gives me
afford
more
it,
of an incentive
but-
to work quickly. I found this piece of burned cloth at the crime scene. Could you take a look at it for me?
This is from the Lathan case?
It is, yes.
What do you need me to look at exactly?
It appears to have some
We
oily
did all of
residue on it.
this.
Interesting.
Oh, 100%,
I'm
yeah.
afraid I have my hands full right now, but you can feel free to use my workbench if you'd like.
To do what exactly?
Surely they taught you something about basic chemical analysis when you worked here.
Yes, well, I always let Bill handle the more technical aspects of our cases.
A real pity I'm not around to help you anymore, isn't it?
But I'll have a look and see if something comes back to me. Keeping busy down here, Edwards?
Oh, you know me. I've always got my hands in someone.
Edwards always did have a way with words.
This postmortem was just a formality, really.
I
The
know,
victim
it's really
died
bad,
of a
Troll.
gunshot wound to the head. Last week, though, we had a real kicker. An old man was brought in, and though he appeared quite dead, I was told that he'd been in a trance for over half a year. Apparently, he was hypnotized right at the point of death, and somehow managed to remain alive, in a fashion. In any case, when I began performing the exam, his entire body decayed into a putrefied mess within minutes. It was fascinating.
Should you really be giving me these details, Edwards?
Oh, hell, I don't mind telling you, Miles. It's not like you're going to go tell Snelling.
True.
Besides, you're the only one who's come to see me all week. Dead people make lousy conversations.
I wonder why he's wearing those
Hey,
goggles.
I take offense to that statement.
Why is the goggles red? Don't understand
So, Snelling got promoted to chief, did he?
Yes, not too long after you left. Personally, I think he took advantage of your situation to change things around here.
that. Actually,
Is it really that much of a shock?
It is a little steampunk.
Bill and I weren't exactly the
This
most
game.
well-liked detectives on the force.
But you were respected. You two solved over 350 cases in 15 years. You were an institution.
Damn right we were. It's so easy for people to resent their more successful
Watson's
peers.
being cute.
Edwards. Nice to know someone missed us.
I don't think the group order would work because it often also relies on weight. So the heavier it gets, the more the shipping would cost, and it would just go up, 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 up.
You didn't
It's not a flat rate.
examine Bill after he died, did you?
I'm pretty sure.
he
If it's
wishes.
flat rate, then yes,
No, there
that'd
was
be great.
nothing
but
inconclusive about his death.
I'm like
He
pretty
died
sure
from impact
it's
after falling from the roof of a building.
It's not
Why?
flat.
Was there something else I should have looked into?
No, I was just curious.
As fond as I am of Edwards, it would have been a bit much for him to go poking around my insides.
Thanks. That's all I needed to know for the
Okay.
moment.
So
Anytime, Fordham.
we are going to do workbench. We'll do our little test.
It's been ages since we got to do any type of chemical analysis. This will be grand.
No, that's Sherlock.
remind me what it is
Sherlock
I'm meant to
doesn't
be
come
doing?
out. He does now,
Yes,
though.
of course. Go ahead.
He
and
does
get as
now.
much of
He's
that
a lot
oily
better.
residue from the cloth into the petri dish. Good. Now add some of the chemical reagent in the red bottle to the dish.
Yeah, so Watson you would have met. Actually, it's funny because now Sherlock is quite happy for Alan to pet him, and when we did our D&D session the other night, Sherlock went off hiding, but as soon as the other two left, it was just like Alan left and me. Sherlock immediately like wandered out to say hi, so he's familiar now with Alan, which is cute. Yeah.
Aha! The oil turned orange.
Yes! The reagent has caused a chemical reaction and changed the oil's color. Isn't science fun?
Quite. But how does this help me?
Fun?
I have some samples of the most common types of flammable oils on the shelf. Go ahead and add them to the test tubes. Good. Now simply check each one with the reagent to see if you can find a match.
And if I don't find one?
Then I suggest going out and looking for more oil samples.
Yeah. do this. But yeah, he's getting better. I think Watson's been a good influence.
Whale oil be damned. Looks like that's not a match. Oh, you love it.
So the whale oil is in a match. Kerosene. So again, sorry for everyone
So
who's
much
already
for kerosene being the culprit.
watched me go through this, but you understand. Coal oil. I need to be able to solve the case.
Too bad. I would have bet on it being coal oil.
Alright, so that's all of the oils right now. I'm going to save. We'll come back later. For the moment, we are going to go to the ladies' club again. The supper club. Have another conversation with her.
Miss Robineau?
Oh, it's you again. Have you come to ask me more questions?
I have.
Yes, if you wouldn't mind.
No, no. Be my guest.
No, no.
Is the name Peter Andrews familiar to you?
Peter Andrews? Is he still around?
I'd be able to tell you that if you told me who he is.
He's desperate. That's who he is. A lovesick fool who is obsessed with Desi. Sent her love letters all of the time.
Well, you know where I can find him.
Why would you want to?
Because I want to question him about Miss Lathan's death.
I suppose that makes some sense. All I remember Desi telling me is that he worked at the Bank of Vespuccia, a clerk or some
Did you?
such. Imagine.
Thank you. That's very helpful.
Yeah, see, Watson doesn't stare, but he absolutely does that thing where he'll, like, lie down as well in front of, like, the keyboard and everything.
Thanks
and,
for your
like,
time. I'll let you get back to your drink.
Not helpful,
Thanks,
man.
sweetheart.
Not helpful. He's absolutely done the thing where he, like, sits on the keyboard, and so one of the keys will start, like, my computer will start freaking out because he's sitting on a particular key. Alright, let's go to Brentwell, have this conversation.
Hello
Yes.
there. Are you here to drop off an article?
No,
Spacebar.
actually, I'm a private investigator. The name's Miles Fordham.
How exciting. You must have so many interesting stories.
You could say that, yes.
Please, come in, come in. I'm Alan Brentwell, owner and publisher of Brentwell Magazine.
Pleasure to make your acquaintance.
Whoop. Help myself there. Just, like, cleaning my keyboard.
I have some questions for you, Mr. Brentwell.
Wonderful. It's so...
Did it again. It's fine.
What can you
We've
tell
heard
me
all
about
this.
Desiree Lathan?
Desiree Lathan. Oh, why, she came to me a few weeks ago in response to an ad I took. She told me she had an idea readers would love. We agreed on 3 crowns per paragraph, and she was on her way. Come to think of it, I haven't heard from her in a few days.
That's some other things.
Were you aware that Miss Lathan is dead?
What? No, I had no idea. What happened?
I'm not exactly sure. She seems to have burned to death under mysterious circumstances.
Mysterious circumstances?
Most of her body was burnt to ash, but there's very little fire damage around her. It's as though she herself just caught fire.
Oh, that sounds positively ghastly. Oh dear.
Is something wrong?
I just remembered. The article she was writing. Dear God. I hope she didn't go too far with her research.
Tell me about Brentwell Magazine.
We're a monthly publication focusing on both fiction and non-fiction pieces.
Ah, yes, you're publishing that serial, aren't you? The Dissembling Mechanism?
You're a subscriber! Tell me, what did you think of the conclusion? Quite astonishing, wasn't it?
I haven't had a chance to read it yet, I'm afraid.
Ah, then I won't say any more about it. My dream was to have a magazine that was well-respected and educational. But sadly, it seems today's audiences are much more interested in reading about sightings of giant bat creatures or mysterious buried treasures. Such a pity.
I hear you have a bit of
I am
a
cleaning my keyboard
reputation
as I
for
listen to
making
this
your
again.
reporters do questionable things for their articles.
You are mistaken,
Very
Mr.
important
Fordham. I don't force
to
my writers
multitask.
to do anything. They seem to have this notion that the more
And I
extreme
have to
their
be careful
research,
so
the
I
more
don't
authentic the articles will be.
What
mess
sort of
up the
extremes are we talking
game.
about here?
We had one writer
this.
who attempted to heighten the sensation of fear she wanted to express in her story. Damn near decapitated herself by sticking her head through an opening at the clock tower at St. Denis Cathedral. Ugh. Thankfully, she made it out alive. It would have been quite the predicament if she hadn't. Especially considering that was our most popular article last year. Oh, people have such odd taste.
So true.
What made you decide to start this business?
I always wanted to be a journalist. I never had much luck with any of the local papers, though. So I decided to start my own. I admit it's not exactly what I wanted, but I like to...
Voice. More like a gurgling scream.
Oops. It's fine.
What exactly was Desiree's article about?
I'm not entirely sure. She merely came to me with the proposal.
She didn't tell you what that idea was?
She did, but...
It's fine.
I wasn't sure what to make of it.
Please, Mr. Brentwell, stop stalling and tell me what she was writing about.
It was about spontaneous human combustion.
What do you know about spontaneous human combustion?
That's the thing. I don't know very much at all. It sounded interesting enough. That's why I accepted Miss Lathan's proposal to write the article about it.
But what do you know about it?
Only that it's a mysterious phenomenon in which a person catches fire spontaneously and burns to death. It sounds exactly as you described Miss Lathan's condition.
It is.
Do you know what Miss Lathan's research
That's why
on
I
the
don't
subject
believe
involved?
that it is human
Only
combustion.
the one contact I gave her, a Miss Angela Maxwell at the Spectre Society in Gascon.
The Spectre Society, huh? I shouldn't be surprised to hear that name again.
Are you a member?
Actually, I am.
Then I suggest you do some research there. There's bound to be something relevant in that curious library of theirs.
Thank you. Perhaps I will.
I am actually a member because of the last
Thanks
case.
for your time, Mr. Brentwell.
The first
Pleasure
case we're on.
is
I can't
all
remember.
mine.
One of the cases. All right. And now we can leave. I'm not even gonna look at things because we've done all this, and I'm just trying to move this case along. Spectre Society, pop in here.
Welcome back, Mr. Fordham.
Hi.
Could I ask you about some things, Miss Maxwell?
Certainly, darling.
I hate that she calls me darling.
Are you familiar with a woman named Desiree Lathan?
Yes, she came to see me just last week. She told me she was doing research for an article she was writing for Brentwell magazine.
What sort of research?
She asked me a few questions and looked at my books. That was all. She wasn't here for very long.
And what was she researching?
Something about spontaneous human combustion, I believe.
Did you know that Desiree Lathan is dead?
What? My God, no. I didn't. What happened to her?
It is
She was
making me
found
laugh
burned to
every
death in her
time we
bed.
tell someone.
How awful.
Because it was in the
Do you have
newspaper
any idea how this may have
morning,
happened?
So it's like,
There are a number of possibilities. But if
Keep up
she
with
was
the
in the
news,
middle
people.
of researching spontaneous human combustion, and then to have this happen, it can't be a coincidence.
Are you suggesting she herself was a victim of spontaneous combustion?
No.
One need only compare the circumstances of her death with the facts, darling.
yeah, no.
She can't be serious, can she?
No. Someone definitely went through a lot of effort.
What
to
can you
make it
tell
look
me
like
about
it,
spontaneous human combustion?
but no.
I'm not overly familiar with the subject, but I do have a book about it on the shelf back there. You are welcome to look at it if it will help.
I may, but I'd like to know what your understanding of it is.
Well, I believe it is when the human body inexplicably catches fire and burns.
I had to start over.
It
I had to start the
usually
case
occurs
over.
among elderly
Geek.
women who drink to excess, and very little fire damage is caused.
Because I
around the
screwed up.
body. That's really all I know, darling. It's not a very agreeable subject for study now.
I
is
screwed
it?
up.
Thank you for the information. It was very
You didn't miss it, no.
It was my pleasure, darling.
No. Yeah, no, I screwed up. So this game absolutely has done. I've done that a couple of times now, where technically I should have several saves because you can absolutely mess up and can't
This all
solve the
sounds
case.
strangely familiar, but spontaneous human combustion can't be real, can it? Then again, Sometimes the simplest explanation is the correct one.
So we can announce it as spontaneous combustion, but we're not going to. Heading off. Done this. Next.
I'll be going now.
May the spirits guide you to that which you seek.
So we're just having to redo a little bit here. Or a lot here, technically. Let's go back. Let's go to the bank first.
Mr. Fordham.
Ah, Mr. Dupre. Good to see you again. Is all well with you?
Absolutely. Everything is wonderful. Because of you, this city has finally seen Laura Dupre for the monster she is. I cannot thank you enough.
I suppose you're welcome?
Now then, is there anything I can help you with?
Yes,
I do
I'm
like
looking
that
for Peter Andrews. I was told
you
he
have the
worked
same
here.
people.
That's right. His desk is just over there.
Like there's
Thank you,
overlap.
Mr.
Like
Dupre.
it's
Love
very
seeing you.
obvious that you're working a case in the same city. Like there's a lot of overlap of people, and I like that.
Mr.
Makes
Andrews.
it feel more realistic.
Yes?
Miles Fordham, private investigator. May I ask you a few questions?
Not realistic,
Yes,
but you know
I
what I mean.
suppose that would be fine. Have a seat.
I'd rather stand if it's all the same to you. Now then. Do you know Desiree Lathan?
Desiree Lathan? No, I can't say the name rings any bells.
You say you don't know Miss Lathan. Would you care to explain these?
Why are they crumpled up? Did she throw them out? And why do you have them?
I just love catching people like this.
Relax, Mr. Andrews. Let's take this slowly. Now, I can assume by your reaction that these are your letters?
Yes, they are.
So why did you lie about knowing Miss Lathan?
I promised my wife I would cut off contact.
But you clearly didn't. The most recent letter is from 2 weeks ago.
Did she hire you?
Your wife? No, that's not why I'm here.
Ah, well, that's somewhat of a relief then.
Were you aware of Miss Lathan's death?
What? Desiree is dead? No.
Oh, good, Woody.
She was found burned to death in her bed.
Thank
You're
you for the
lying.
lurk.
You
I
have to be.
appreciate it.
I'm afraid I'm not, Mr. Andrews.
Oh, Desiree.
Do you have
Enjoy
any
your
idea
ride.
who might have wanted to kill her?
No, she was a marvelous woman.
Well, I'm sorry to have to be the bearer of bad news, but at least you won't have to worry about writing any more letters.
That isn't funny, Mr. Fordham.
Yes, it was. Don't listen to him.
Yes, it was. Don't listen to
So your
him.
wife knows about your correspondence with Miss Lathan?
Have a good
Well,
ride, Woody.
Don't know if you could really call
I
it
hope
correspondence.
you enjoy it.
Desiree never wrote back. But yes, Peggy, that is to say, Margaret found out shortly after we married.
Exactly how many letters did this bounder send, I wonder?
At first, I tried to make it out that she was just a friend, but she found one of the more intimate ones while I was writing it.
I don't get
I
the
see.
impression this
And what was
woman
her
ever
reaction?
responded either.
What do you think? I still have the scar from the glass that she threw at me.
You're still married?
Oh, yes. Margaret comes from a very strict Catholic family. They would sooner she die than divorce. It hasn't been easy. She makes sure to take full advantage of the situation, always buying herself the most expensive jewelry and spending a fortune on food for those wretched cats.
No.
I swear, they're better fed than I am.
Where might I find Mrs. Andrews? I'd like to speak to her.
Our house is at 713 Longfellow Street, just at the edge of Gascon. But I warn you, it's a goddamn menagerie she's got. I'd stay away if you're averse to being covered in animal hair.
I'll take my chances.
Still find that funny.
Exactly what is your role here at the bank?
I'm the manager. I handle the new accounts, organize finance, that sort of thing.
Have you been here long?
Coming up on 17 years. Is this at all relevant to your investigation?
Anything could be, Mr. Andrews. Thanks for your time, Mr. Andrews.
All right. Cool. Leave. We're gonna go to. Oh no! Sorry. Sorry. Nope. Police station. Go find out if he's looked at the ashes. So I get the letter so I can go talk to the lawyer.
Pardon me, Edwards.
Yes?
Have you had a chance to look at those ashes I gave you?
Yes, I have.
Excellent.
Unfortunately, there isn't much I can tell you.
I just
The
need
victim burned to
form.
death at a very high temperature. These ashes are greasy and putrid because of liquefied fat from the body, which burned like a candle. As to what caused her to burn, I cannot say without more evidence. I'm sorry, Miles.
It's quite all right, Edwards. I appreciate the information nonetheless.
Well, just so you don't go away empty-handed, have a copy of my report. Maybe it will be of some use.
It will, because now I can go talk to the lawyer.
Thanks. That's all I needed to know for the
moment. So yeah, we're just having to
Anytime,
redo some of this, but at least I know where I'm going, so it's a bit faster. It's not me like jumping all over the place, because I know where to go. Just a matter of getting there. Actually, I can just go map. It's easier. Then we're gonna go lawyer.
Good afternoon, sir. Welcome to the law offices of Usher and Price. May I help you?
Yes. Let me in.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Miles Fordham. I'm a private investigator, and I'm looking for Jonas Usher.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir, but Mr. Usher is not seeing anyone today. If it's a matter of urgent legal importance, you could see Mr. Price.
Yeah,
Begging your pardon, sir.
Yes?
Let me in.
If I may ask, what is the reason for Mr. Usher's refusal to see anyone today?
He has a rather important trial starting tomorrow, and doesn't want to run the risk of falling ill.
Falling ill?
Mr. Usher is very particular about his health. Very particular.
I see.
I can't decide if he's a germaphobe or a hypochondriac, or if it's like a mixture of both.
Sir, it is of the utmost importance that I speak with Mr. Usher.
And as I said, he isn't taking visitors today.
But it's in regards to his client, Desiree Lathan. Or should I say, former client.
Miss Lathan found another attorney?
No, I'm sorry to be the one to have to inform you, but she's dead.
Dead? I had no idea.
No? It was in today's newspaper.
I haven't read it yet. Mr. Usher forbids it in the office.
But surely he's read it, just because he forbids you reading the paper in the office.
No, I mean he forbids the presence of newspapers in the office. He fears they bring in outside germs.
I see.
In any case, if what you say is true, I'll need some sort of proof.
I suppose just bringing in a copy of the newspaper is out of the question, then. We'll have to find another way.
Perhaps Mr. Usher will see me when he sees this.
Oh? What's that?
A report from Dr. Malcolm Edwards, the city coroner, confirming Miss Lathan's untimely demise.
Let me see that. Oh my. Wait one moment, would you?
All.
What is the meaning of this?
The gentleman who brought that is a private investigator. He's waiting outside to see you.
Send him in, then.
You heard him, Mr. Fordham. You may go inside and see Mr. Usher.
Thank you kindly.
Go inside and see the fall of the House of Usher.
So, a private investigator, are you?
That's right. Miles Fordham is my name.
Jonas Usher, a pleasure to make your acquaintance.
Pleasure's all mine.
So, it would seem that Miss Lathan has shuffled off the mortal coil, as it were.
I'm sorry to say that is indeed the case.
Please come in, have a seat. Make yourself comfortable. I only ask that you kindly wash your hands in the basin first, and limit what you touch in here.
This one seems a bit on edge, doesn't he?
Thank you, Mr. Fordham. I appreciate your cooperation.
I wonder if you can also not, or if you don't wash your hands, if he just like, won't talk to you.
I have some questions for you.
And hopefully I have your answers.
But he was polite enough, so I'm like, why wouldn't I wash my hands, right?
What can you tell me about Desiree Lathan?
She was a lovely woman. I'm saddened to hear of her unfortunate passing.
How long had you been her attorney?
She retained me some 10 years ago, I believe.
That's quite a long time.
Yes, I remember I had just gotten over a bout of melancholia and been able to work in nearly a month.
Ah, yes, melancholia.
I didn't think I'd make it out of that, but luckily things took a turn for the better. Miss Lathan came to see me, and I've served as her attorney ever since.
Would you say Miss Lathan is a wealthy woman?
Indeed I would. Her estate is worth a significant sum. Of course, you understand that this is confidential information, so I cannot tell you the exact amount.
Yes, of course. Can you think of anyone who may have wanted to harm Miss Lathan?
No, I can't. What makes you think that someone actually killed her?
It seems the most plausible explanation.
Miss Lathan was getting on in years. It's likely she may have developed a case of pneumonia. That's the most common killer of the elderly, you know.
It's
I
funny.
had it when I was younger.
1844,
Most
this woman was 63,
coughing,
getting on
spitting
in
up
years.
phlegm, rattling in the lungs. Thankfully, I made a full recovery.
That's
but
still not
supposing
old.
that was the cause of death, how
But
would it explain the fact that her body was
in
completely
1844,
She was a smoker. Perhaps she was having a cigarette when she died and dropped it on the bed, causing it to catch fire.
burned? I found no cigarette butts at the crime scene.
I'm merely offering my opinion, Mr. Fordham. You can take it or leave it.
We'll leave it.
I think we should leave it.
I found this letter in Miss Lathan's bedroom, which mentions that she recently changed her will. Could you tell me a bit more about the circumstances surrounding this change?
That's not an uncommon occurrence. People change their wills all the time. Relatives and friends fall in and out of favor constantly.
Had Miss Lathan made changes to her will previously?
No, this was the first time.
What change did she make exactly?
Just a change to her beneficiary. Nothing out of the ordinary.
And when did this change occur?
About 4 months ago, if I recall correctly. Yes, it was definitely in June, because I'd been in bed with a nasty stomach flu at the end of May. That was no fun, let me
Imagine,
tell you. I think I lost
like,
nearly 6
knowing
pounds from the constant
events
trips
of
to
your
the
life
WC.
based on
Couldn't keep a thing
what your
down.
current what the
Whatever did
illness
stay
was.
down soon came out the other end, if you get my meaning.
I'd say his meaning is regrettably impossible to avoid.
Who did Miss Lathan name as her new beneficiary?
Mr. Fordham, please. You know I couldn't possibly tell you that. There is such a thing as attorney-client privilege.
Do you not find it suspicious, Mr. Usher, that
Hey,
Miss
Rose,
Lathan
how you
died under
doing?
such mysterious circumstances only 4 months after naming a new beneficiary? You said yourself she was wealthy. Does it not make sense that someone might have wanted her inheritance?
Oh, sorry.
I suppose it's not entirely out of the question.
Right. So tell me the name of Miss Lathan's beneficiary so I can determine if this was, in fact, a murder.
Very well. It was a man named Roger DeVay.
Do you have any information on where I can find him?
Only his address. It's 775 Pumblechook Place in Chumley.
That'll do nicely. Thank you, Mr. Usher.
Fantastic.
Thank
I'm
you
gonna-
for your help, Mr. Usher.
The pleasure is all mine, Mr. Fordham.
I'm not going to even ask the questions. I might save it under a different thing, though. Hold on. Okay. Did that. Spoke to him. Welcome back, Rose. Sorry about that. How are you? Go to the Andrews residence. We haven't done that.
Nice house. It definitely screams eccentric person
Good,
lives
good.
here. Speaking of which, that must be Mrs. Andrews over there with those rodents.
Tired from work. I haven't even been working. I cannot stop yawning at the moment. I don't know what's wrong with me. I'm just a mess.
Excuse me, Mrs. Andrews?
May I help you?
I'm Miles Fordham, private
Don't seem
investigator.
to have any
I was
energy.
hoping you could answer a few questions.
All right then. Don't worry, my darlings. Mommy only needs a moment to speak to the nice man, then I'll give you all the nuts you can eat.
Fantastic.
My little friends just adore nuts, Mr. Fordham.
Guess that explains why squirrels are so attracted to her.
Actually, that is a very... You've just reminded me. I should go by a chemist. You're right. I think you're right. Actually, I know you're right.
Did you know Desiree Lathan?
Now that
Not
you say
personally.
that. That's what it is.
I
Jesus
never
Christ.
met her, but I knew
Yeah.
exactly who she was.
And who was that?
A miserable drunk. Always going out and getting liquored up at her so-called socialite balls. They try to make them seem so fancy and high class, but it's really just a bunch of bitter old hags getting together to gossip about each other. With that kind of lifestyle, it was only a matter of time before it caught up with her.
It also explains my downward mood as well, be my iron levels. But yeah, no, you're right. I need to get some iron tablets.
Do you happen to know anything about the
I'm gonna
circumstances
put it in my
surrounding
phone
the
as
death
well.
of Miss Lathan?
I read in the paper that she was
Hold on.
burned to death. In her bed, wasn't it?
That's
Oh
right.
yeah, the
Do you
market
have
was
any
on
idea
today.
how that may have happened?
Well,
Didn't
I
go
already
to
told
that.
you she was a drunk. Maybe she came home plastered and decided to smoke in bed. I'm rather surprised she was sleeping alone. That woman got around, if you know what I mean.
She certainly seems to know a lot about Desiree for someone who claims to have never met her.
Do you have any hobbies or pastimes, Mrs. Andrews?
Well, of course. I do a bit of knitting, and
Yeah, I
take
just
care
don't
of my
walk
pets.
past any
I
anymore.
take it
so
you're fond of animals?
Oh, yes.
I used to.
I just love animals. Most prove to be better company than people.
Is that right?
Well, consider this, Mr. Fordham. Animals can't betray you or lie.
Uh-oh, I don't like where this is going.
My furry little companions would never hurt me, unlike several humans I could name.
He's very
Who
angry.
are these companions, exactly?
She's fine.
Why, my darling little kitties and squirrel friends, of course.
Tell me about your cats.
They're the most wonderful little dears. Do you have any pets?
Afraid not. My wife isn't too fond of cleaning up after animals.
Pity. Cats make wonderful pets. They're good
They
company
do.
and are independent, unlike dogs. Edgar and Hubert are my pride and joy.
We're not talking bad
I
about
give them
dogs, though. We
only
love
the best
dogs
of
here as
everything,
well.
And they, in turn, give me their unconditional love.
That's delightful.
I used to have a wonderful cat named
Oh, yeah, there's the
Tobias,
YouTube
but,
link for anyone
he
that
had
wants
an
to watch on
unfortunate
YouTube.
Accident. That's why I never let my two angels out of the house.
It's true. I don't let mine out
What
of the
happened
house
to
either.
Tobias the cat?
Oh, I really rather not talk about that. It wasn't my finest hour. Let's just say it was an honest misunderstanding which got blown way out of proportion.
Well, now I just have to know what happened. I hate it when people tease gossip and don't deliver.
Yeah.
Thank you for the chat. It was very enlightening.
Oh, my pleasure, Mr. Fordham.
Rose
Now,
out here
if
just
you'll
making sure
excuse me,
everyone's
I
taking
need
their
to get back
vitamins.
to tending to my little darlings.
Hey, chat, have you taken your vitamins today? If you haven't, go do it now. Or have you taken your meds today? Any meds? We'll go talk to this guy again. You have? Excellent.
Mr. Andrews,
Yes?
is there anything you can tell me about your wife's old cat, Tobias?
Oh God, there's a name I was hoping never to hear again. She loved that cat. I'm sure she would have married it instead of me if she could.
Everyone
Mangy
hydrated?
little bastard was always leaving a mess and knocking things
Fed.
over, but he was Peggy's little angel. Then one day I'd had enough, so I let him outside, and
Yes?
the stupid thing managed to get itself killed. Then things got ugly.
How so?
Peggy got a bit carried away, and, well, let's just say I never imagined a cat could earn someone a criminal record.
The plot thickens. Or perhaps sickens.
I'm gonna be honest, my cats could
Thanks for your
absolutely get
time,
me
Mr.
a
Andrews.
criminal record. Somebody hurt my cats. Criminal record would be a thing. Just saying.
Got a moment, Upton?
I'm
Yes,
easygoing
but let's
until
make
I'm
this
not.
quick.
You know?
I need some information on one Margaret Andrews. Apparently, she has a criminal record.
Margaret Andrews, eh? Give me a moment to look her up in the archives. Yes, here we are. Margaret Andrews was brought in for questioning 5 years ago in connection with a fire at
Oh,
a
yeah.
theater in Worcester.
Geek,
Oh.
Geek, it's the
Yes.
same, yeah,
Nothing
100%.
came of it, but she was briefly a suspect. Oh, there's more. She also had a prior conviction for arson.
No.
You don't say.
The file says she set fire to a cab after the driver ran over her cat. She served 6 months in prison for that. This was back in 1835.
Fascinating.
Thank you for your help, Upton. This has been extremely valuable.
So, Margaret Andrews has a jealous streak and a penchant for setting things on fire. Seems a likely culprit to me.
But no.
That's it for now.
Better get back to it then.
Okay. There we go. Jump on their back. I mean, you never know. Might be enough to take him down. We need to go to... We've done everything else, right? Yeah.
Did Usher give us the wrong address? This should be 775, but there's no building here.
And we see the
Those
paintings.
aren't half bad. Too bad they aren't finished.
Talk to
I
this
wonder if
guy.
they're going to be used to keep the fire going.
Have our conversation
excuse
with
me.
our friend here.
Yeah?
Is this 775 Pumblechook Place?
Yeah, it would be if the building were still here.
Oh, I see. Might I ask you a few questions?
You can ask.
We're just gonna ask what we need to know.
Do you know Roger DeVay?
Know him? Of course I know him. He lives here with me.
He does?
Well,
Oh my
whenever
gosh.
he decides to come home, anyway. Rest of the time, I suspect he finds a way to sleep at his job. Me, I do the same, except I can't stand the smell of the horses.
Do you know where Mr. DeVay works?
Nah, he never told me.
Do you know a woman named Desiree Lathan?
Nah, I don't know many women. They're not too fond of my company. Well, I don't understand why. I always try to be a perfect gentleman. Guess I just don't got the charm. I've asked Roger to give me a few pointers. He's a big hit with ladies.
I'm so curious what Roger
Is
looks
that
like.
right?
I'm so curious.
Yeah. He no sooner looks at them than they're falling at his feet. Real natural, that one. Never brings it back here, though. Always winds up staying with him, getting a free meal and a soft bed out of it. Ah, well, the bohemian lifestyle ain't for everyone. Maybe someday my luck will change.
I'm sure it will change the day he decides to take a bath.
Right.
You look somewhat familiar. Didn't I see you protesting outside the Harris construction yard?
Yeah, I was there. What of it?
Were you affected by the Ligeia disaster?
Well, nobody I know was killed,
I like
if that's what you mean.
So, why were you protesting the construction of the Lenore?
Well, that Devons fella promised he'd buy us a meal if we stood in the crowd. And for a free meal, I'd do just about anything.
I hate to say it, but this is why people are like suspicious of protests, like big numbers. They're like, yeah.
I thank you for your time.
Why are you actually
Maybe
here?
give
Kind of
us
thing.
a shilling or two for the trouble?
I'll consider it.
I wish we actually could just give him the shilling, but anyway. Okay. So, we've done that. Now, this is basically where I got to, and I was like, I don't know what to do now. I seem to be stuck. So the trick is... This is what I'm supposed to do.
Ah, home at last.
It's always nice to see you walk through that door.
Because I didn't do the complimenting, I should now be able to...
Addie?
What is it, Miles?
Oh, game nearly stalled. I was like, don't you dare. There we go. See? Now I can talk. I can talk to her.
You've got an appointment with Charlotte Robineau later today, don't you?
Are you using your detecting skills on me now?
I spoke with her at the Gascon Supper Club, and she mentioned you. Turns out she knew Desiree Lathan.
Makes sense. That social circle is tiny.
She wasn't very forthcoming, though. Do you think you might try and persuade her to talk?
Persuasion shouldn't be necessary. She usually just sits in the chair and starts gossiping up a storm. I think I know more about all the Gascon Grand Dames than anyone should.
That's good. That's very good. Right. These are the things I want you to ask her about.
So you want me to take off about an inch, but keep enough for your curls?
Yes, that's right. You know how I like it, Adelaide.
How was the Grand Dame's ball? Was your hairdo a hit?
Oh, it was. All those other old biddies were practically fainting.
Gotta
with
start with something
jealousy.
casual.
Truth be told, though, the evening was rather dull. Just the regular crowd of wags and gossips. You know, sometimes I envy people like you, Adelaide.
People like me.
Yes, you know, ordinary people. Being a member of high society can be so draining. One quite lacks a sense of purpose. of ordinary, honest usefulness that comes from a good day's labor.
Oh my
Have
god.
you done much of that sort of labor yourself, madam?
What? No, of course not. But I imagine it must be quite good for the soul, quite grounding. Just being what you are. No airs or pretense. Oh, you've missed a bit there on the left ear. Do be sure it comes out even.
Certainly, madam.
Oh, I want to end her.
Has anyone special caught your eye recently?
Ha! No, I think I'm getting too old for most of the young pups I see around these days. Besides, marriage has proved to be more trouble than it's worth. I'm finished
Just
with
like
that whole
cut off
game.
all the hair.
Although there was one fellow who came into the supper club today. Pity he was only interested in asking questions.
It's the husband.
Oh?
Yes, the dark brooding type. Sleepless nights etched all over his face. Still handsome, though. I invited him to join me for a drink, but he refused. Turned out he was a private investigator, if you can believe it.
Oh? What was he asking about?
Nothing of consequence. I didn't tell him very much anyway.
Probably for the best he didn't join you for that drink then. I was reading in the paper this morning about what happened with Desiree Lathan. Did you hear about that?
Oh, such a tragedy. Poor Desi. We hadn't talked in a long time, but how terrible to think of her dying in such a horrible way.
My condolences.
Thank you, dear.
Did you and Desiree used to be friends?
Oh, we were like sisters at one point.
What happened?
What else? A man got involved.
You were both after the same man?
No, quite the contrary. We both enjoyed being unattached and had vowed to keep it that way. The Spinster Sisters, we used to call ourselves.
I need
But
friends to
I
be
fell
called the
for a man
Spinster
a few
Sister
years
with.
ago. We got married, and Desiree
Oh.
stopped speaking to me.
That's a shame.
Yes, especially
I'll be
considering
my
our
own
marriage only
spinster
lasted
sister.
A few brief months. I lost both my husband and my best friend. I'm sure there's a lesson to be learned in that.
I heard someone mention that Desiree had her portrait painted recently.
Yes, I heard that too. I think it was Caroline who told me. Yes, that was it, Caroline. She was looking for a portrait artist and told me Desiree had found one. Roger DeVay, I think she said his name
That's who we're
was.
looking for.
Roger DeVay? Sounds mysterious. Who is he?
Well, I don't know about mysterious. He's just an artist. Not a very good one either, from what I hear.
He didn't do a good job on the portrait?
Oh, no, he did fine. I just meant he hasn't really taken off. His paintings aren't worth very much, you see. But Desiree took a liking to him very quickly. Even went as far as giving him an extra key to her apartment. If there was anything more going on between them, I couldn't say. But she could have done a lot better.
I'm
if you
so
ask me.
curious about this
I
guy.
mean, he's barely even an artist now. I heard he took a teaching position at the university. Now, who would want their likeness
So he's at the university.
immortalized by a lecturer?
I see. Well, I hope he makes it in the world someday.
Miracles may happen.
There we go.
I have to say, your musical selection for today is lovely.
Yeah, now we can go to the university.
It's nice to know someone like you can appreciate some of the finer points of culture. In case you were wondering, the piece is the Fourth Symphony by a composer named Theophilus von Wagner.
Yes, it's refreshing to hear the Fourth Symphony for a change. Most people know von Wagner for his Fifth Symphony or his Lute Concerto in D minor.
God, I love Adelaide.
Oh, you know von Wagner?
God, I love
Although I admit
her so
he
much.
isn't one of my favorite Baroque composers, I can appreciate what he brought to the movement. I'm
Frigga,
more in
love
favor
her.
of Scaravaldi. His development of the Concerto
Oh.
Grosso makes for a much richer musical tapestry. Wouldn't you agree?
Oh, well, perhaps so.
Do you have any favorites among Scaravaldi's works?
His First Symphony is quite riveting.
Do you mean his Concerto for Mandolin? He didn't have a First Symphony as such.
Well, yes, that's what I meant.
Oh my God, yes.
As much as I enjoy chatting, perhaps you should concentrate on what you're doing, dear.
I love Adelaide so much. And I just got an achievement for that as well. Hell yes, so good. I'm so happy I clicked that. Hey Silverheart, how you doing? Did a couple of push-ups. It hurts. Cosmo tried to climb on me. It didn't help. Just trying to make sure you get a proper workout. I'm still recovering on Thursday evening. I was dancing around in my apartment like an idiot. Being single, no one can see me. I was doing that. And I pulled a calf muscle. So I spent Friday limping.
Quite chilly out today, isn't it?
And
Yes.
yeah.
A good day for spending indoors.
Still a little bit
Probably means we'll be getting an earlier
sore.
winter.
It's a good thing I bought a new set of coats then.
But it's getting there. It's getting better. Hopefully by tomorrow I can walk fairly normal. I definitely won't be running for any trains though, so I need to make sure I don't do that to myself.
Good. I think that's all finished.
Thank you, Adelaide. It was a pleasure, as always.
Likewise, Miss Robinow. I'll see you next
Troll.
week.
100%.
And she didn't tip very well either.
I'm sorry, dear. She sounds positively dreadful.
No more than the other Gascon Grand Dames. I just hope you managed to get something useful from that.
I did. Thank you very much. Let's go.
I shouldn't be gone too long.
Don't work yourself too hard, dear.
See, she's being much nicer to us. I prefer this. University. The very naked man there. Please.
Well, so much for modesty.
Very naked
Ooh, is it
man.
warm in here or is it just me?
Oh, that's right, Bill. That's right. I almost forgot Bill's gay.
Excuse me.
Yes.
Are you Roger DeVay?
I am.
Miles Fordham, private investigator. I have some questions for you if
Very
you're
naked
busy.
man.
Will this take long? This isn't exactly the best time.
It shouldn't, no.
All right then. Quickly.
Okay. Yeah, okay, I can see. So wait, this guy's homeless? He does not
How
look
long have you been
homeless.
teaching at this university?
About 4 years now.
And do you also earn money with your painting?
Not of late. I haven't sold a painting in some time. But my salary from the university is enough for the time being. Perhaps someday I'll be able to devote the proper focus to my painting.
That Lucille Ball on the back wall? I don't know, maybe.
Do you know Desiree Lathan?
Desiree? Yes, of course I know her. What happened to her was just awful.
Indeed. My condolences, Mr. DeVay. What can you tell me about her?
She was a wonderful woman. Sharp, full of life, extremely witty. I only knew her for a short time, but I consider myself lucky to have had her as a friend.
How did you two meet?
We were introduced at a party and became fast friends.
I don't understand.
It's hard to believe she's really gone.
Do you have any information regarding Desiree's death?
No, none at all. It came as a total shock.
Oh.
I heard she was burned to death. Oh, is that true?
It is.
It's really just unthinkable.
Do you know of anyone who might have wished harm upon her?
No. Everyone loved her.
I'm not
to
much
think
of an
someone
artist,
could be
so...
capable of doing that to her, it just makes me feel sick.
You painted Desiree's portrait, is that right?
Yes. I finished it just a few months ago.
Do you often do commissioned work?
Sometimes, but this wasn't exactly a commission. More like a gift.
You mean weren't paid for it?
No, I didn't do it for money. It was an honor just to paint her.
I see. And did she like the result?
Well, she had it hanging in her bedroom and not in her attic, so I assumed she liked it well enough.
It was a rather nice portrait, I must admit.
Oh, so you've seen it?
Indeed I have. Regrettably, I can't comment on the likeness, never having seen the subject in life.
Ah, yes. Well, she used to say that standing in front of it was like looking into a mirror. I tried my best to do her justice.
Is it true that Miss Lathan recently changed her will to make you her beneficiary?
Yes. You can imagine my surprise.
My understanding is she left you quite a significant sum.
I don't see how that's any of your business, but yes, she did. I'm very lucky. Oh, I see what you're getting at. You're thinking I killed her for her money. Is that it?
I never said anything of the sort, Mr. DeBay.
I mean,
no,
I was
but
thinking
I can
it,
see
though.
it in your eyes. Look, Desiree considered me the son she never had, and she was like my second mother. I would never, ever even think of doing something so horrid.
Oh, I'm sure he wouldn't.
I'll let you get back to your class.
Right.
It's it feels a little bit. Yeah, it does.
These aren't
look
half bad. Nice to know
like
the students
Lucille
aren't
Ball.
completely wasting their time here. All the tools an artist would ever need: brushes, pieces of canvas, paints. There's also several jars full of clear liquid. Interesting.
I like this is the light, like the little candle.
Huh. This is linseed oil. It's
There you
used
go.
as a drying agent for oil paintings. It would be a good idea to take a sample of this, Miles, especially now that nobody's looking.
Yoink! Alright, so now we go back here. Well, this is 1844, so I don't know if that makes a difference. Uncertain if uses... I mean, I assume linseed oil has been used for many different things. I mean, it's been around for long enough. But yeah, I assume 1844, maybe there was differences. Okay.
Now that we've got some linseed oil, it's probably worth testing.
I love the whoop. Whoop.
Well, I'll be
Orange.
damned. We've got ourselves a match. I wonder if Edwards knows anything pertinent about this stuff.
Let's ask him. Edwards. I need you to stop sewing up the naked man.
Pardon me, Edwards.
Yes?
What do you know about linseed oil?
It's an oil made from flaxseed that has many uses. Most commonly, it's used to dry things like varnish or oil paints. Some people even eat it for health benefits. I hear it goes well with a bit of quark.
Flax oil.
And it's flammable?
As most oils are, yes. Where are you going with this?
The oily residue on that rag is linseed oil.
Fascinating.
But I found no trace of anything used to light a fire at the crime scene.
Uh-oh, he's getting that gleam in his eye.
Wait just a moment. Linseed oil? Of course! Anytime linseed oil is used, extreme caution must be taken to dry cure rags that may be soaked in it. That's because when linseed oil dries and oxidizes, it releases heat. A pile of rags soaked in linseed oil in a confined space runs the risk of spontaneously combusting.
How long would this take exactly?
A few days, at least.
Interesting. It's a rather uncertain means of murder, but it's excellent for appearing accidental.
It's certainly not the most far-fetched conclusion you've ever come to.
That would be...
Thanks. That's all I needed to know for the moment.
How would you even time that, though? Which is that's the interesting. How would you time that? Save over top of this. All right. Hold on. Let's go back here.
I'm guessing it's locked, but it probably only contains more art supplies we don't care about. Probably best not to disturb his class if you've got nothing new to ask about.
Okay. So...
Nothing new to ask him about right now.
Okay. I'm trying to... So, I know
I'm afraid
that
I need to have another...
All right.
The linseed oil.
Just a pile of ashes. That's a nice portrait of the air.
But the date... May I ask you some more questions?
Sure. I ain't going nowhere.
Okay.
Tell me about Roger's artistic pursuits.
Well, not much to tell, really. He used to paint all the time when he had his studio in the building that used to be here. He was good at it, too. Shame nobody ever bought his paintings. All that's left now are those 2 unfinished ones against the back wall there. We used the rest of his spare canvas to make the tent.
How did Roger feel about his paintings not selling?
Well, how do you think? Made him madder in the March air. Didn't do a very good job of hiding his displeasure either. At least none around me. He always used to say he'd find some way or another to make the money he deserved.
Odd. He told me he was content with the salary he got from his teaching job.
That's a load of bunkum if I ever heard it.
Interesting.
Truth is, old Roger's about as poor as Job's turkey. He'd do anything to make a quick crown.
Well, now, that's certainly interesting.
Uh-huh.
Thank you for your time.
Okay.
Well, it's fitting that Mr. DeVay is an artist, because I think he's painted us a pretty clear picture of what happened to Miss Latham.
Interesting. Okay. Give me 2 seconds before we can accuse Roger, which I feel like is probably the one who did it. Give me 2 seconds. I really need to pee. I'm drinking a lot of water. I just need like 2 seconds. I'll be right back. Okay, hi. See, I told you I'd be quick. All right. I reckon it's Roger, right? Like, Roger seems to have the most... It's definitely not spontaneous human combustion. Like, Margaret Andrews absolutely is jealous, but I don't think... she murdered her. So I think... we're gonna save before I do this. And I think we're gonna accuse Roger.
Got a moment, Upton?
Yes, but let's make this quick.
I think it's Roger. The rag kind
Have
of
a moment
says
to
it.
go over my current case?
You know.
I'm afraid you're on your own this time, Fordham. The walls have ears around here. If they find out I'm helping you, it won't end well for either of us.
Understood.
I'll still be here when you've solved it, though.
I need to be careful of saying things in conversations, like as in pushing. So, because, like, I had to redo this whole thing because I said one thing wrong to Adelaide.
I'm done with the Latham case.
And we wouldn't have gotten our actual suspect.
What have you got?
She was murdered by Roger DeVay, a professor of art at the university, in order to claim her inheritance. DeVay befriended Miss Latham and even painted her portrait, but his failure to establish a name for himself and to earn a living from his art was driving him mad. Miss Latham cared for him as a son, and recently changed her will, naming Roger as her sole beneficiary. Roger knew of this, and decided killing Miss Latham was the best way to solve his financial troubles.
And how did he manage to do so?
Desiree had given him a key to her apartment. While she was out at the Grand Dame's ball, he entered and left a pile of rags soaked in linseed oil under her bed. She arrived home drunk and passed out, unaware that the rags were growing hotter by the minute. Eventually, the oil burst into flames, burning the rag pile as well as poor Miss Lathan.
How
Super
awful.
unfortunate.
Well, I'll certainly pass along the information. What an astounding series of events. Although I'm sorry you won't be able to gloat to Snelling that you solved the case before his detectives did.
I can find other means of amusement, I think.
Good work, Fordham. As usual, I'll send anything else your way as soon as I get it.
Roger DeVay?
Yes, what is it?
You're under arrest for the murder of Desiree Lathan.
Oh, I see.
Oh.
Come with me. We need to ask you some questions at the station. And you up there, make yourself decent, would you?
Well...
Dearest, I'm back.
I don't know.
There you are. I was starting to get worried you wouldn't make it home in time.
In time? In time for what?
For dinner at the Rutherfords. I told you about it the other night, don't you remember?
I'm terribly sorry, dear. It must have slipped my mind.
How you haven't yet been presented a prize for Husband of the Year is beyond me.
There's still time for you to get ready if you hurry.
Why don't we spend a nice quiet evening in together? I'd much prefer that.
We've had a quiet evening in every night for the past 3 weeks. I need to get out of the house.
Then go ahead without me. Please give Anne and Joseph my regrets.
So you're just going to sit here at home by yourself?
I'll probably just catch up on my reading or try and get some sleep. Maybe I'll get around to reading that story in Brentwell's.
All right, suit yourself. I shouldn't be home too late, but don't wait up.
Have a wonderful time, my love.
I like that Roger was just like, you're being arrested. He's like, oh, right, okay.
Ah, alone at last.
If only I were.
Careful what you wish for, Miles. You just might get it.
Seeing as I won't, I think another trip to the Angel's in order.
No.
Oh, you're gonna break your word in addition to lying? That's bold.
Nonsense. I'll be home in no time. It'll just be a quick drink to calm my nerves and get you
We're
out
gonna
of my
lose
hair.
Adelaide.
I think I need a machete for that, Fordham.
We're gonna lose Adelaide. I hate it.
So, that last case was really something. Classic example of murder for money. Such a shame. Perhaps with Roger in jail, Miss Lathan's riches will go to a more worthy cause, like feeding the poor. You're not listening to me, are you? Oh, right, you've had 2 drinks already. Fine, I'll just see myself
he's already
out.
had 2.
Copper for your thoughts, Miles?
Oh, I was just thinking about a story I read tonight in Brentwell magazine. It's called The Dissembling Mechanism. Are you familiar with it?
Afraid not. Brentwell isn't really my type of magazine.
It isn't mine either. But my wife suggested I read it, and it struck a bit of a chord.
Go on, then. What's it about?
Oh, good, Geek. Thanks for being here. Appreciate it. Have a good sleep. Have a good rest. Catch you next time. Oh.
The story concerns an inventor, a woman who's the greatest mind of the modern age. In this story, ethericity's been discovered, and the inventor understands and uses it in her work.
Ah, one of those fantastic speculative stories.
Anyway, this inventor spends her time creating mechanical wonders, the likes of which the world has never seen.
Am I making up a story?
The inventor has a son whom she loves dearly. One day, he meets a tragic end in a carriage accident. The inventor is devastated.
All too common in these types of stories.
Yes, well, as I mentioned before, the inventor is the greatest mind of the modern age. She spends weeks researching a way to bring him back. She toils for hours, forgetting to eat, neglecting her duties, forgetting her friends. Finally, she finds a way to repair his broken body with mechanical implants. Once that's done, she harnesses the power of ethericity and revives him from death.
Why would she go and do something like that?
Because the inventor's obsession was fueled by love. She cared so much for her lost loved one that she vowed to do everything in her power to save them from death. Unfortunately, things don't go well. The inventor brings her son back, and at first he's confused.
This is
wild.
Frankenstein.
With time and
essentially.
patience, she tries to ease him back into the world of the living.
Well, sort
but
of.
gradually, she comes to realize that this person she's brought back isn't her son. Not as he was, anyway. When she understands what she's done, she flies into a fit of madness, and she kills both her creation and herself.
How tragic.
She also leaves behind a note which closes off the story. I can still recall the exact words. This dissembling mechanism hath not the vital breath of he whom I loved. It is not him. I have formed but a vain, mocking shadow of what is forever lost.
That's one hell of a story, Miles.
As I said, it resonated with me quite deeply.
Same here. I can tell you, I'm glad that ethericity crap hasn't been discovered, or else this sort of thing won't just be in stories. You mark my words.
Yes, I suppose that's one way of interpreting it. I should probably be getting home.
One last gin for the road?
No. No.
Ah, hell, why not? It's later than I thought.
God.
Addie must be asleep.
Miles, I thought you said you were staying in tonight. What happened to you?
Nothing. I went out for a bit and lost track of time.
Miles, you're dead drunk.
No, of course I'm not.
Don't you dare keep lying to me, Miles. It's obvious. I can smell it on you.
But I'm not drunk. I only had 2, I think.
I don't care how many you had. You promised me this wouldn't happen again. Where exactly did you go tonight anyway?
I was at the Angel.
The Angel? But why would you go there?
I suppose I was just trying to relive the old days.
So why didn't you tell me you were going?
I don't know.
Miles, this has to stop. First it was that sleep medicine, now you've started to go out drinking yourself into a stupor after you explicitly promised me you wouldn't again. It's clear that you've been keeping something from me and using drugs and drink as a way to avoid dealing with it.
No, really, it's just...
No, Miles. I'm tired of the lies. I heard what you said when I came home from my appointment with Mrs. Lefebvre. God forbid Adelaide ever find out about something. I wanted to think I'd imagined it, so I let it go. But I've come to realize just how wrong I was.
Don't walk away, don't walk
Addie,
away.
Please.
Enough. No more excuses, no more lying. I just want to hear the truth. What is it you're not telling me?
I can't tell you, Addie. I'm sorry, but if I do, you'll think I'm crazy.
She will.
Do you know what I think is crazy, Miles? The fact that you think it necessary to lie to your own wife. Am I to believe that for all these years you've never felt you could trust me?
Of course not. It's just that this is different.
A lie is a lie, Miles. And the bottom fact is you've been lying to me for months. Perhaps I was too naive or too distracted to see what was really going on, but you finally opened my eyes. This can't go on. I refuse to let it go on.
What are you saying?
Don't say it.
Get out, Miles.
No.
And don't come back
Fuck.
until you're ready to tell me the truth.
Addie, you don't mean that.
I do mean it, Miles. I don't care where you spend the night, but
Oh,
it's
God.
not going to be here. If you ever decide you want to tell me what's going on, I'll listen. But until then, just go.
Like, I don't blame her. I don't blame her, but...
Oh.
But she's like the one last piece of our sanity. That's...
Take me away from all my troubles.
Who is this?
So far away from all the worries in my life. Who in the ether is calling at this time of night?
Oh, that's her. Sorry, I didn't recognize her.
Oh, Miles, please come in.
I don't know if she's supposed to sound
It's
terrible.
so nice to see you outside of work.
Oh, I get a hug and a kiss? Is that how it works now?
You put up your rough and tough attitude, but I know deep down you're really a kitten.
Upton, are you drunk?
No, of course not.
I admit I like to have a glass of wine or
Oh God.
6 to unwind after
They're
work,
both
but I
drunk.
can hold my own.
Well, I'm glad you're not, because I am.
Wait, what's going on? Is everything all right?
No, I'm afraid I've made a mess of things at home. Addie threw me out.
Oh, Miles. I'm terribly sorry to hear that.
Not as sorry as I am, believe me.
What happened?
It's really not worth getting into. Let's just say I need to figure some things out about my life.
Don't we all?
Constance, I hate to impose, but
Of course you can stay here, Miles. As long as you need to.
thank you. I won't need much space. That chair in the corner should do nicely.
Are you sure? You won't be uncomfortable?
I've slept in worse places, believe me.
All right. Well, I should probably be getting to bed. Early morning tomorrow and all that.
Of course. Have a good night, Upton, and thank you again for letting me stay.
Not a problem. Good night.
One week later.
Election night. The perfect opportunity to switch out one rich swindler for another. Don't know why you're wasting your time. It's not as though the Prime Minister actually does anything. It's oddly quiet in here. Maybe my mustache drawing campaign had an effect after all.
Good evening, sir. Are you registered to vote?
Yes, I am. Here's my registration card.
Very good, Mr. Fordham. You've come at an excellent time. Go ahead and step inside a booth. Take as long as you need.
Thank you, young man.
Alright, hold on a second. We definitely need to get Adelaide back.
A list of fools who think their opinion will actually make a difference.
That woman is epic, and it's... Yeah. The why pamphlets. Wait, what? Citizens of New Britannia, do you want to be replaced by a machine? Have you or someone you love been injured or killed by steam tech? Is it hard to understand how anyone could fall for the patisserie lie? Then vote Hart Leroy, the man of the people. Politicians and con artists are trying to play you for a fool. The true future lies in the sweat of its worker. Don't fall for the lies and flights of fantasy. Steam tech is not the solution. Interesting.
An ad for a brothel. At least they seem to know their audience. Yeah, at least you're already registered to vote. Having to go through that bureaucratic nightmare tonight would have just added insult to injury. I thought they were trying to encourage people to vote. With all these rules, it's a wonder anyone bothers.
Alright, well, let's go into the voting booth. So Atwood is the current guy. And Leroy is the other one. I don't know. Do we feel like steam tech is the way to go? Or do we say no? I'm trying to remember what Bill said. Who was it? Atwood he was drawing the mustaches on? I think so. I don't know. Does it matter? Am I gonna get in trouble depending on what I do here? I think, I mean, personally, I'm all for progress, but not progress for the sake of progress. I feel like I want more information. I've saved it. Atwood.
Well, that's taken care of. Thankfully, the Angel isn't a polling place, so we can still have a nice quiet evening.
Civic duty, you voted. Okay. I wonder how that's going to affect the rest of my game.
What? My head is pounding. Damn withdrawal.
Actually, I think someone's knocking at the door.
Oh, right.
Oh, this guy, seriously. Front door?
Therein lies Upton's boudoir. As a matter of respect, the less said the better, I think.
Good afternoon, miss. If you're looking for Miss Upton, I'm afraid she's not in right now.
No, I've already spoken with Miss Upton. I'm looking for Mr. Miles Fordham.
Oh, I see. Well, I'm Miles Fordham. What can I do for you, Miss...
Mrs. Emily Morgan. I have a problem, you see. Miss Upton said you'd be able to help.
I suppose you'd better come in.
I like her outfit.
What seems to be the trouble?
It's my
It's
brother,
interesting.
Ronan Lespay. He was murdered 4 nights ago outside a tavern in the Chum.
On election night?
Yes, I suppose it was.
Could you please tell me what happened?
The police took his body to the mortuary and investigated the crime scene, but they're out of ideas. I've been down there at the station every day, but they don't seem to care enough to look into it any further. All they've been able to determine was that it wasn't a robbery, and that the clothes he was wearing weren't his. My brother was a good man, Mr. Fordham. He would never have willingly gone to that part of town. I need to know why he was murdered, and I want whoever did it to pay for it.
Very well, Mrs. Morgan. I'll take your case.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Fordham.
I just need to know where your brother was killed, and where I might be able to contact you.
He was found outside the Silent Raven. It's on Alewife Avenue, on the west side of the Chum. Here, take this. It's a photo of Ronan. It might help your investigation. And if you need to speak with me, you can come to my husband's bakery. It's here in Worcester, at 15 Drummond Street.
Very good. I'll begin my investigation right away.
Yes, we will.
Thank you again, Mr. Fordham. You have no idea how much this means to me.
Okay, so I have no idea how my voting affects the rest of this game, but we'll see, I guess.
Well, this case has our names written all over it. Maybe it'll be good practice for finding the man who caused my death, eh?
And we will do a case for...
Mostly cookbooks. Yeah, at least you won't have to worry about starving while you're staying here.
I got my new cookbook in, and I'm very excited to cook out of it.
Not a very inspiring piece.
But
hell, I could probably paint it better.
Oh, good, Trill. Thanks for being here. Have a good night. What else we got?
Should have listened to your mother. You should have practiced. Looks like that umbrella's gotten some good use. It was quite the rainstorm we had yesterday.
Newspaper. So Hart Leroy continues election celebrations. So that's not the person we voted for, I think. After beating Herbert Atwood in a stunning upset, Hart Leroy has continued his victory tour, yesterday visiting the Thornbum Ironworks in Cholmondeley. Workers cheered as the Prime Minister-elect gave a rousing speech in which he outlined his plans upon taking office next month. Your jobs are safe, your livelihoods are safe. Steam Tech will not replace you. Roy repeated several times throughout his address to thunderous applause. Roy defeated Atwood in a stunning landslide with over 73% of the vote. Most voters cited his stance on preserving jobs and shunning steam technology as the deciding factor. Leroy's first order of business will be resuming construction on the bridge, creating several jobs. Justice Killer strikes again. Latest victim of the serial murderer is Burley Cause. Cause was discovered in his apartment, killed by a single gunshot wound to the head. His neighbor, Ethel Williamson. This is the case we sent the dude on. Reported a domestic dispute in which she heard the gunshot. Police arrived at the scene and found Cause along with the word justice written in blood on the wall of his parlor. The Gazette has learned that each of the men found murdered previously were found in the exact same situation, contradicting the police department's previous statements that the murders were unrelated. Due to the murderer's unusual displays at each crime scene, he has earned the name Justice Killer. As of this writing, there have been no established links between the victims. The law firm of Usher and Price announces that a class action lawsuit has been filed against Royal Maverick on behalf of those killed in Foster Park. Yeah, that's right. He said he was going to do that. Grand Dame's bizarre death ruled a murder. After a full investigation by the New Britannia police, the death of Gascon Grand Dame Desiree Lathan has been ruled a murder. Chief of Police Reginald Snelling issued the following statement. Foul play was initially suspected, and our detectives determined that this was indeed the case. The suspect has been arrested and is awaiting trial. The suspect in question is Roger DeFay, an art professor at the university. DeFay was recently named as Miss Latham's beneficiary, a fact which concerned detectives on the case. DeFay allegedly left rags soaked in linseed oil underneath Latham's bed. After several days, the oil caught fire, burning Miss Latham alive as she slept. According to Snelling, the scene was intended to appear accidental, but thanks to the brilliant work of our finest detectives, the sordid truth was revealed. I am the finest detective, so that's
good. What a handsome couple. Judging by the uncanny resemblance, I'd say these are Upton's parents.
Okay, so we get right on to case 4, I guess. Let's go. Next case. Bakery. Up to the department, because apparently we have lost our wife, because we're an idiot. Alright.
To think, in an instant, a man's life can be reduced to some scribbles on the filthy pavement.
Now's not the time to get poetic, Bill.
What a mess. These advertisements are all at least 10 years out of date. It's an ad for whiskey. Or perhaps paint thinner. Sometimes it can be hard to tell the difference.
You just don't know sometimes. Okay, Silent
Raven. The mascot
Raven.
seems to be a raven with a glowing red eye. Is that meant to attract customers or to scare them off?
Alright, well.
My, this grog shop looks pretty rough. Even by chum standards. Let's keep a low profile while you're in here, Miles. Doesn't look like cleaning up is high on the list of priorities around here.
It's a bit concerning. Bit concerning. Stay hydrated and stretch.
Your ass puts others to shame.
Thanks, Rose. Oh, God. Ooh. Hydration. Hold on. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Alright, barmaid, let's go. Sorry.
Excuse me,
momentarily
barmaid?
distracted. It
Hi,
happens.
what do you need?
What can you tell me about this place?
It's a bar. People come here to drink. Sometimes people drink too much, and then they're sick all over. I get the honor of cleaning up the mess.
Sounds like you're not too pleased with your job.
I never said that. There may be rough days, but there's a lot worse I could be doing. Here, I get a place to sleep and a bit to eat and a few coins in my pocket if the customers are pleased. And you are pleased, ain't you, sir?
Oh, yes. Yes, of course I am.
Good.
Okay, cool.
Were you working on election night?
Pal, I'm here most every night.
So that's a yes, then?
Christ on a cracker, you ain't too bright, are ya? Yes, I was here on election night.
There's no need to be rude about it, madam. You know a man named Ronan Lespay?
Nah, never heard of him.
He was killed here 4 nights ago. The man in this ferrotype.
Oh, that one. Well, I never saw him before that night, and I didn't talk to him. You with the police or something?
No, not at all. I'm just trying to help his sister find out what happened.
So are you done with the questions? Can I get you a drink or what?
Yeah, she's a shrewd businesswoman. You at least have to give her that.
Tell me what you know about the murder that took place outside on election night.
Listen, chum, do you know how busy we were that night? This was a polling place. We had gents coming in and out for hours, not to mention the regular clientele. I was up to my ass in drink orders and was running the shift all by myself. Had to break up God knows how many fights, too. So you'll excuse me if I didn't exactly notice something that happened out on the street.
Did you at least hear the gunshot?
No, I didn't. Try distinguishing a gunshot over a room full of rowdy voters. It ain't gonna happen.
Interesting, though.
Where might I find the landlord?
You won't find him anywhere. He doesn't come around here more than once a month.
Just takes his money and goes.
You mentioned regular clientele. Who are they?
Oh, we get plenty of regulars in here. Too many to name.
Which of them were here on election night?
Let me think. I remember seeing 3 of the usual crowd. There was Darius, up to no good as always. Then there was Singin' Tom, but he wasn't around for too long. And how could I forget old Cormac? He'd have talked my ear off if I'd let him.
Sound like an interesting bunch of folks.
It does indeed.
What can you tell me about Darius?
Hey now, bucko. You've come in here asking me all these questions, but I ain't seen nothing from you. You want more information? You're gonna have to earn it.
Right. Give me a gin, then.
Coming right up.
Don't get carried away now, Miles.
Yeah.
There you are. 1 gin. That'll be 2 shillings.
There's 3. Now then, about Darius.
Now that man is trouble. I've had
It's
to
like
throw
there's
him
3.
out a
Leave
few
me alone.
times.
Just give
Why
me
do
the
you say he's
information.
trouble?
His mind's affected by the poppy seed. He can be gentle as a kitten or fly into a rage at a moment's notice. When he gets rowdy, he gets chucked.
I see. Any idea where I might be able to find him?
Don't know why you'd want to find him, but I hear he spends his day at a smokehouse nearby. I believe it's on Crisparkle Lane. Just look for the door with the oriental symbols above it.
And could you describe him to me?
He's a rough-looking sort, about 55 years old, has a scar on his left cheek, grayish hair, medium build.
Excellent. Thank you.
He seems like the obvious choice
Who is Singing Tom?
for, like, the murderer. But
Tom. Not sure what his surname is, but he's in here about twice a week. We call him Singin' Tom because he leads the church choir.
Is that right? Which church?
Oh, I haven't a clue. Never really cared to ask.
Does he associate with any of the other regulars?
I've seen him talking with Darius a few times. They seem to be on friendly terms.
Tell me about Cormac.
He's in here most every night. Doesn't speak to many people, just me. And a right chatterbox he is, too.
Interesting.
Between you and me, Cormac stinks. I can understand why he doesn't keep much company.
He stinks?
Aye, he's a sewer worker. Spends all his day underground in the muck, so he always reeks of shit.
I see.
Sorry.
Any idea where specifically he works?
I believe he's at the treatment station, over near the ferry terminal.
Unfortunate.
If this is going where I think it is, then I'm especially glad I can't smell anything anymore.
Yeah, no kidding. Alright.
Any thoughts on the election?
Nah, couldn't care less, really. Doesn't matter who's in charge. My life ain't getting any better.
But it can certainly get worse with Leroy in office.
We'll see.
Have you worked here long?
13 years.
I see.
Wow.
Anything else you can tell me about yourself?
I ain't the friendly type.
Right. Understood. I appreciate you taking the time to chat.
Yeah.
Cool.
Looks like that's where they keep the good stuff. Of course, around here, good is an extremely relative term.
Alright.
They don't seem to have much variety in their beer selection.
Maybe the artists were just like, yeah, it's fine. Just make the same one. It's all good. So Opium Den. I'm glad, Silverheart. I have a few more to come, I think. We've got picked up a few on the sales, like cheaper ones. So there's definitely more
wonder how
coming.
many layers of advertisements you'd have to cut through before getting to the wall.
There will be many more.
Can't make heads or tails of it, but I'll bet you 10 crowns it doesn't say welcome.
I'm a sucker for a good detective game as well.
Sparkle Lane. Nothing crisp or sparkly about it.
Yes? What do you want?
I'm looking for a man named Darius. I believe he may be inside.
Yeah, I don't know anybody with that name. So if that's all you wanted, get lost.
Might I come in, please?
This is private property, and I don't know you, so no.
Nothing. Never mind.
All right.
Stop wasting my time.
We need to come back here later. Because I don't want to say I'm the law, because that's just going to go horribly wrong. Alright, treatment station.
So this is what it's come to, eh? Braving the stench of human waste in hopes of finding a lead? Just make sure you stay away from the edge.
Begging your pardon, sir.
What? Who are you? What are you doing down here?
My name is Miles Fordham, and I'm a private investigator. I'm looking for a sewer worker by the name of Cormac.
We needn't look no further. But what is this about?
I just have a few questions for you.
All right. Cormac will answer them, but don't dally for too long. It
Talks
can be
about
dangerous
himself.
down here for anyone who's not trained as Cormac is.
Talking about himself in the third person, which is interesting.
Is it difficult being a sewer worker?
Difficult? Nah, it's a dream. Especially since they introduced all these steam tech treatments and purification whatsits. The only thing Cormac's got to do is check the little dial never goes into the red on old Belinda.
Belinda?
Aye, the purifier. She's a real special lady who's made Cormac's life so much brighter. Cormac makes sure to thank her each and every day.
That's funny.
Wonderful. We're talking to a lunatic.
I mean,
Wasn't
it's
so easy a few
weird
years
that he
ago.
talks about himself in
Back
third
then
person,
it was
but
tapping on pipes all day.
Tapping on pipes?
To make sure they was flowing fine and not blocked. Cormac would take his little hammer and tap, tap, tap on the pipes to make sure they was ringing fine. You can imagine what that was like. Tap, tap, tap. Ring, ring, ring. All day, up and down, over and over.
Yeah.
The tapping stopped, but the ringing never left. Still hears it to this day, Cormac does.
Tinnitus?
You know a man named Ronan Lespay?
Cormac knows few men. People don't much like talking to a man who spends his days in his sewers. Can't really blame him for it. It's hard to get a stink off, so why bother even trying?
You didn't answer my question, though. Do you
Um,
know Ronan Lespay or not?
I would still try.
Could you describe him? Cormac's got a better memory for faces than for names.
Ah,
I have
same,
his
Cormac.
portrait. Here, have a look.
Same.
Yes, Cormac saw his fellow recently.
On election night?
That's right. He come into the bar, voted, went out. Looked drunk to Cormac, but then everyone at that place usually is.
Do you frequent a pub called the Silent Raven?
Yes. The Raven is where Cormac goes to forget about the day's work. The barmaid, Nicole, she's a good sort. We likes talking about the ponies down at the track. Nicky loves her some racing. She gives Cormac drinks for cheap in exchange for odd jobs. Nice to have your own personal sewer man, I suppose. She's really the only one Cormac talks to. There's a few others Cormac sees often, but Cormac hasn't spoken with them.
Cripes. This guy goes on, doesn't he? To be fair, you were warned.
Do you know anything about the murder that took place outside the Silent Raven on election night?
Murder? Ah, yes. The commotion out in the alleyway.
That's
commotion.
right. Did you see or hear anything?
It was a touch noisy that night, what with all the election stuff happening, but Cormac remembers the sound of the gun. One shot, and then shouting and hollering from the bar.
Okay.
A few people run outside to look at what happened, but Cormac just stayed in his seat and finished his whiskey.
So you didn't see the man who was shot?
I mean, to be
or who
fair,
shot
I
him?
wouldn't be running
No,
towards the
keeps to
sound of
himself,
gunfire
Cormac
either.
does. Makes life easier that way.
Could he be
Personally.
any more unhelpful? Actually, it's probably best not to find out.
He heard the shot though,
Do
so
you
that's
have any
something.
opinions regarding the election?
Cormac hears lots of things about Atwood, but he's the one what's got this new machinery put into the sewer system. It's still a job for Cormac, so all that talk about being replaced by machines is just talk, for now.
Yeah, for now.
But Leroy says he wants to give the workers their fair chance, so Cormac can't argue with that. What about you?
I would have preferred Atwood stay in office myself.
Bah, they's all the same in the end. One way or another.
Interesting.
No point worrying, says old Cormac.
I'll let you return to your work.
Be mindful on your way out.
So this is, that's actually going to affect then the rest of the playthrough is who I voted for.
Another mysterious device.
Interesting.
I was happier not knowing all this went on after I used the commode.
All right, Mr. Chavez. The cake and muffins come to a total of 3 shillings, 10 coppers.
There you are, Mrs. Morgan. And thank you again. Barbara is going to love this.
My pleasure. Enjoy.
Pardon me, sir.
I'm sure Barbara will enjoy them, the cow. Ah, Mr. Fordham, welcome.
Damn.
Thank you, Mrs. Morgan.
Okay.
The stuff in that day-old box doesn't look half bad. More like 3/4 bad. Well, I never had much of a sweet tooth, but even I'd consider buying some of this stuff. You know, if I were still alive. Minor detail, I know.
All right. I am going to save it here. I've been at it for a little bit here, I think. Hold on, let me check. Casebook. Hold on, hold on, hold on. Yeah, I've been at it for a bit. I think I can call it here for the moment. We'll do this. Like so. Do this. All right. Hello. Yeah, I'm very sleepy. I'm struggling with my energy. Now, as Rose has pointed out, there is every chance that all I need is some iron tablets. Yeah, I do want to play more of this because I'm really keen to like finish it because I want to see where the story goes. Also, I have taken Friday off work. Yeah, Silverheart, it was good to see you. I'm sorry, I know it's like timing-wise, it's time zones, man. I've taken Friday off work. I want to stream the Game Awards like I do every year. Turn this down a little bit. So I'll definitely be on Friday, and maybe I'll do a bit of this before we start the Game Awards, and then see how we go. Yeah, I might come on in the morning on Friday. But anyway, I'm gonna try and do some more streams. I need to get my energy levels back up because I am like I've been yawning this entire stream. Which is not good. Let me see who's on. Because yeah, it's gonna take everything in me to not fall asleep right now. Gosh. What are we playing here, people? What's going on? Oh my god. Look. Scared the crap out of me. I don't know where to take you. World of Warcraft or Hunt Showdown? I think we raided Steph the other day, but we might. Let me see. Hold on. Hold on, let's see. Alright. We rated stuff the other day. As much trying to share the love a little bit around. We'll go see Jax. Cause yeah, I think wait, hold on. Or Ori and the Blind Forest. I don't know. I don't know where to take you. I'm conflicted. This is the smallest for me. He's doing Ori and the Blind Forest. I don't know if I should. Do we take you there? Yeah, let's give him some views. Let's give him some views. Why not? He deserves. It's a great game. I haven't played it yet. I plan to at some point, but yeah. Rate a smaller channel. Go say hi. Alright, so yeah, he's playing Ori and the Blind Forest. We'll go in and say hi. I will be on this week at some point. I just don't have exact times at the moment. But I want to continue playing this game, Lamplight City. We have several more cases to go. I think there's definitely a few more after the one that I'm currently doing. So, yeah. You'll be seeing this game for a little bit longer. And then who knows? I don't know what's next, but something will be. Until next time, have a great... Oh, I can actually put on the soundtrack for Ori. There you go. Look at that. Ori and the Blind Forest soundtrack. Enjoy. Have a great morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you are in the world. I'm going to have a very chilled afternoon, evening now. And try not to sleep. Yeah. And thank you so much for hanging out. Thank you for all the resubs. I appreciate you all. Love my lurkers. I'll see you guys next time. Have a good one.